Okay, Pat, good morning. All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and call the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board Workshop meeting to order this morning. Good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, May 21st, 2021. So welcome, everyone. Glad you're here. Glad to see all your smiling faces.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a few minutes and go through the all the applications that we have this morning in preparation for our public hearing that will get going at 9 o'clock. And our first applicant this morning is going to be First Baptist Church of Alpharetta. Now,
First Baptist Church, Richard and Roger will recuse themselves from that as they were not present for the last. Lauren, our new expert on all things Robert's rules, said that we could just put you in chair since you were elected for the chair for that case before. So we'll get you as chair for that one.
Okay.
And then once we're done, we'll bring you back in.
Okay.
So, the church, I believe now is on phase 2 and phase 3. As you can see in the center there, they're doing kind of a, instead of, we had a whole lot of paint. We're painting the sanctuary and we're painting solid the center and stuff. Now we're doing a lime wash, to the center and, lime wash on the side again. Side paint.
Okay.
They did change, you'll see on the next page, they had that barrel roof glass portico share. They saw it in a much more traditional
Then I had to find a surgery last
portico
week.
share there, so I think that looks
Yep.
a lot better. Just some good examples, some good pictures all the way around. We did have one comment when we had our pre-DRB meeting with staff and stuff about the landscaping on the side of the building where the white part of the building is. On the plan, it kind of looks like there's not much to break up that wall, but in the one aerial rendering, there's pretty good amount of landscaping there that's got some height to it. So I think just a good explanation there. They just felt like, break up that white a little bit would be good. Adding the windows. I think the windows have changed now a little bit on the sanctuary, if I remember correctly. Before they were more bay windows maybe, and now they're more of just a flat traditional look. I think it looks pretty good. They've already done the roof, I do believe, and I'm not positive, but if they got the steeple done, but I know it's been through in permitting and stuff like that. So. And then the streetscape, we looked at the streetscape with staff, and it looks nice. I think they've done well there. The signage, today we're just going to look at the signage for design. I think they're probably going to have to go to council for a variance for one of them. So we'll look at the designs and the placement of both, and see what you all think of that. We can't do anything with content, but the design of them, we can look at, and then staff will handle the variance if they do that. The next one is Gracious Home.
Nope.
Gracious Home.
I was going to say, are there any questions or comments? Good, very good. Sorry, Brett, go ahead.
Gracious Home is a New York company. Being sold as a high-end home, not furnishings, but sheets, towels, blankets, that kind of
I thought it was real estate.
stuff. One of our council folks before, or when she was in New York, knew of the company when it started up there, and was very excited to see they announced that they were coming here. So they're taking over the W Realty building. I think they've done a pretty good job with the building. They've done as good a job, I think, as they can with the landscaping. Their plan has attempted anyway to incorporate the state right-of-way widening and things like that, the sidewalk widenings and all that. And also on Academy Street, a
right-hand turn lane.
right-hand turn lane on Academy Street going on north onto Main, so that they've tried to take that all into consideration. I think they've done a pretty good job with what's gonna be left. They're likely gonna wait to plant most of it.
So are they taking most of the front for the right-of-way?
What's
Yeah,
that?
Is the road gonna be practical?
Cumming Street, isn't it?
Oh, Cumming, yeah, Cumming Street.
Wow.
And a little bit more on Cumming Street, but
They just,
there's a lot of it. So the big trees are gone, you know, all that. If you've been up and down Main Street in the last couple of weeks,
Yeah.
things are happening.
the last couple,
Happening fast.
days.
A lot of trees are going away.
A lot of trees are gone. Yeah. So they're doing some painting on the building, trying to keep it very, very historic, very traditional. I like the colors. I think they did a good job there. Their signs are good. I think, you know, they're not fabulous, but they're sandblasted, you know, signs. I think they go a little bit better with the residential feel of the house, so rather than, you know, it's not really a commercial looking building, so, I think the signs are good. They have some lighting, and they're showing, on one of the pages, you can see they've got some uplighting, ground mounted uplights to highlight some things on the building, and likely some landscape too. Okay, that's that one. Anybody got anything on it? Warm Waves Coffee Company is going into 52 North Main, is where the spa was. Mez Spa. When you look at the front picture, it looks very stark, and that's because of the DOT widening. Mr. Addy was required to take down the big trellis that he had there with all the vines on it and all that, so it looks quite stark there. I don't believe he's planning on doing anything until the DOT work is done.
Can't blame him.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Do something.
What is the DOT schedule? Do you know when they're, I mean,
Yes, they've got 3 years to complete.
3 years? Is that started? at
But
this-
that's for
as of-
both sides, right?
Not started yet, because what is being done
Jeez.
now is, an already funded project for all of the demo and right-of-way acquisition.
Okay,
I think Eric said July, the actual construction contract takes over and goes.
okay.
And are they starting on the
They're starting
north
at
side?
both ends and
Both ends and working in?
Yeah.
Okay.
What you're saying is we need to avoid.
I guess I'll be
Well, now we know the next one.
I got ways.
So Warm Waves is just doing a couple of signs. They're sandblasted, their local colors, or their logo colors, the browns and creams, nothing for real out of the ordinary there. Then we're gonna go to Starbucks Coffee.
Yeah, before you went, just a question on, so this building's been vacant for a little while?
Been vacant for maybe 6 months.
Yeah, okay. I've not gone and looked at it. Does it not need anything other than, I mean, they're just coming with signage. Does the building look
itself
okay?
is pretty decent.
Still good? Okay.
Yeah, you know, landscaping is obliterated, you know, but,
I can't blame him for waiting too,
in
though.
fact, on the
Yeah.
very first, no, the second page, you can actually see to the right-hand side of the steps, the orange flag, that's the construction easement.
Oh, my goodness.
Cow.
Right there, with a little bitty.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, the little-
But that's the
right
cons-
side of the step,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not the final easement, that's,
So Brett,
that's the construction easement.
new landscaping, do we condition that to, or how do you handle that when it has to be done, but you condition it for 3 years of completion?
I think you mention it, and, I think,
Well,
so, I mean, they could do foundation plantings now, if the foundation around it were, you know, were an issue that you wanted to get handled.
Doesn't it by code need to come through DRB?
It would, yeah. Yeah.
are,
If they're
probably his irrigation, he's not sure what would happen, depending on.
Are the property owners they're being compensated for the taking of their property, I would think. So they're getting something.
Getting so much. I think
So-
it's hard to condition on a sign, condition additional landscaping.
Yeah.
Um,
He's getting hammered enough at this point,
Yeah, it's,
or she, whoever it is.
I don't, that's a tough one.
Well, I mean, when they do want a landscape, they're gonna come in with,
They're gonna have to come
they'll
back.
come back. The building looked, in the pictures, it looks like it really is in need of a power washing.
That could be,
Yeah,
I mean, that could be mentioned.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell for sure, but
Yeah.
in the,
Yeah, a couple of them look like it's got a little bit of discoloration in some spots.
yeah, okay.
So he gets 2 monuments? I mean, they're the existing
Yeah, there's
center
some
monument.
monuments
Okay.
around. Starbucks, they're doing a reverse channel letter on the front and then just their little drive-through signs. And then what's in the packet, they showed me yesterday, for the, perpendicular sign, they were required to do a perpendicular sign by zoning. And the bracket, what's in here is just, I told them basically, no, that's not gonna work, figure something else out. So they sent me, the sign company sent me yesterday, a proposal, and you're gonna like it a lot better. It's a nice scrolled, iron thing, and instead of like supporting it from kind of the side, the way this one shows, it'll actually hang from it, so it's a lot nicer.
And they show a monument sign, Brett. I just didn't know where that was going.
The monument sign we did on the
Site plan?
the building and site plan, landscape plan. I'm not sure exactly where it is either, but this is what it looked like. I did confirm that, but I'm not positive of the location, actually.
Okey-doke. All right.
So then we have,
63, 60, or 60.
we have the old Fuddruckers on North Point Parkway. The old Fuddruckers wants to redo their landscaping in hopes to get a tenant. Apparently, they're struggling getting a tenant.
They've
These
struggled
days, I'm sure they are.
they
So-
struggled for years.
Yeah,
Hard location.
yeah. So they wanna redo the landscape, get rid of the trees, yada, yada, yada. They've not been communicative with me the last couple of weeks here when I asked about the sidewalk. I don't know if it was a layer, it kind of looks like a layer got removed from what he sent me, because there's some other things that are gone too. But they need the full, if we're gonna approve the landscape plan, they need a full, 8-foot sidewalk and, stuff across the front.
8 or 12.
We asked them
So
to
with-
add a sidewalk down the side
I don't know what street
to
it's
go
on.
back into the center.
There's no street names on
It's
the
not a
plan.
code
Yeah, that's
compliance
North
thing.
Point Parkway.
I dare you to find a street name on the
Oh,
drawings.
I know.
Isn't there like that green,
I double dogged area.
is North Point changing eventually? If the lanes are going small, when's that supposed to be happening?
So we're in design, they're spending design money now. So the first phase will probably start, I don't know, a year or two.
But anyone that makes changes has to do that now?
Yeah, if they wanna do the big thing is if they wanna do the tree removal,
You see who did the drawings.
then they need to do the sidewalk and
I wonder why.
the lanes are actually getting smaller.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So it's not like we're going wide, with the lanes. The lanes are actually being reduced to bring the curve to. So if we get the sidewalks where they can be, and in this case, we would give them the engineering plan and say, put your sidewalk here.
Okay. NNL,
NLB services. Why did that? I swear I showed you. Okay, NLB services, look past the first two
There isn't a third, well, at least, there's not a third one.
Look at the white one.
Oh, I'm looking at what I downloaded.
Or in the new package.
Okay. You have it, let's see, I'll share with you. Yeah, I drove by there yesterday.
So there, it's, does everybody know where our old office was on Roswell Street?
It's the Mark,
So
it's now Mark Spain.
Behind there. And one of the buildings back in there painted,
It's already painted white.
and
Yes.
this guy wants to, match it. And then when I went out to take the pictures, the front building we were in is white.
Yes, it is, Mark, that's Mark Spain now.
That's the one you were talking about.
So,
No, the one, there's one back in there, it's white too.
so
The other one far back in.
I'll be addressing that with the attorney's office that owns that now. And be getting them in here soon, hopefully.
Wait, the old one that y'all were in?
Yes.
I thought that
No.
was.
We saw the one that was back in the center,
Oh, okay.
next to, between the school and this building. This Lionheart School is the very end.
See them when the white guy go back.
Well, they're in the district.
Okay, so you guys can see my screen now. So this is the building,
There's mirror damage.
another shot of it. And then there is the one that's right beside it that they want.
It's very
There's-
similar
There's
architecture.
one.
We lost our screen, now we're black. So we can't see the other one.
Mine's,
We were on earlier. but we
Yeah.
weren't
Wait.
seeing yours.
ours are on it.
Ours are, well,
Hello, hello.
Mine was on, but it was
Push
just,
the button on the side, and then if the little screen thing comes up,
I got 7 icons at the bottom.
Richard's
Yeah.
been muting you.
hit the HDMI, or the, yeah, the HDMI.
Which one is that? The wrench, the finger, the arrows, the horn,
It's the,
pencil
Operator.
with the finger?
the screen, the second one, I think.
yeah, the second one.
I think it's the operator.
HDMI, and then it'll take you to HDMI. No sync.
I need words, not icons. I've got a no sync.
It's the second one.
James Drinkard.
he was just here,
Okay,
way down the, oh,
So just, we have black screens just with that. Okay.
we'll see if we can get that figured out.
there's Mark Spain.
Hi,
That's
Laura. Good to meet you.
Well, that's the one on the front.
So they want to match
backside.
it. Now, strangely enough, the one that's
just
back
hold it for a while?
I had a little creamier white in the front one,
Lauren's hired.
but I think it looks better, and they painted the
Roof.
roof and the mullions around the windows black as well. This guy wants to do the same thing. The front building, they didn't do that.
Yeah, they,
Different owner though, right?
I think they might have done the roof, but the mullions around the windows are still clear anodized.
they
On
clear.
the very front building. So I thought
got a
that was
cable
a
out
little weird.
Are the buildings different ownerships?
Yeah, they're all different ownerships. So he'll be in to represent that. Not visible from the street at all. Just, it's in downtown. The next one is Windward Promenade. That
Oh,
is
boy.
the 875 Windward Promenade up North Main Street, across from the new QT. They want to do a two-phased painting of the entire building, brick and ephes. First phase paints the top, second phase paints the bottom.
So the entire complex would be white.
Grays.
Gray,
Are they
white,
grays? Yeah.
white and gray.
Yeah, I kind of thought it might look good after phase one.
Yeah, just stop at phase one.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd like to see what phase one looks like before approving a phase
I
two.
tend to agree.
I've done all I can do now. Like 2 quarters.
I mean, I could see that tan being brightened up, but painting the brick is, I think, overboard.
The building's got a good bit of character right now. I mean,
What, Brent, what'd you say? You said you didn't mind after the first phase?
Well,
Just the top.
You know, in general, I thought phase one looked like a good freshen up on the building, but I'd like to see what that looks, like to see that before approving a phase two. The building has a lot of visual interest, you know, once they paint that whole thing out, you lose
You
all of
lose,
it.
yes, you lose a lot of the character. Agree.
The architect that originally designed this will be representing the painting.
Well, that building's been there how long now? Almost
He
20?
said 22 years.
Yeah, we,
About the time we were on the board.
we
Yeah, we
looked
looked
at
at
it. Roger and I looked at that building.
I can see
Yes.
because of the other
Yeah,
buildings.
yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
also remember that this is on Highway 9. So every bit of landscaping they have
Gone.
here is gonna go away.
Yep, so it's gonna be even more.
And it's just very cluttered, it's visually very cluttered because of all the.
Yes. Well, it's 2 stories too, so you get,
So with no landscaping and just doing the top, I think that'll give it the pop,
Yeah.
you know?
Now, there is room with the new DOT plan to do landscaping. And so since this is more of a fuller scale, almost remodel, you might say, we can talk about landscaping. Sure. They've not presented it, but I think we can ask for it, we can bring it back.
I don't want to talk about landscaping.
okay,
Next is Lazy Dog. Lazy Dog really hasn't changed much of, what they presented before, few little things. In today's,
which
I
one?
think you all saw the
Yes.
email that I sent
We're
to
done.
Grasport,
Yeah.
the other day. I put
That helps a lot.
the 2 buildings, so on that email, the Lazy Dog and the Artisan Small Plates building, those are the 2 that are at the intersection.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
So it's a big comparison.
If you boot it and
I also put
doesn't
in
work, then
here
it's broken.
the North Point.
that's how it works in my world.
Did Chick-fil-A have some stucco on their building?
It's gotta be a
Or
cable.
was it all brick? I don't remember.
Oh, here comes.
I also put in here the North Point guidelines, the little 5-pager that has at the back here, has some architectural material suggestions. One of the things that was talked about in our meeting was that rough and tumble stacked stone, tower features
James,
on there just really didn't go
And these don't.
North Point.
Check that little cord right
I
here.
actually don't mind.
Sorry, there's a lot of, activity going on here to the,
The tower that
You putting this in your resume when you look at your job?
It bothered me. I think it's cool.
don't think it,
Are these cords in?
it would be,
all right, technical difficulties.
Still struggling?
They don't have, yeah, they can't look at anything
is
right
that the timeout corner?
She broke everything.
You guys have been putting time out.
Just for fun?
I guess I must have done something. No, actually, Pat must have done something.
We've been separated.
Maybe you'll behave.
We'll ask for coffee if you can bring us coffee.
So came up, it's the sharp icon. Let's see. There it is, Jason Binder.
Somebody unplugged it. Somebody kicked the plug.
Drop off a roll of duct tape and we'll
Somebody,
wrap it all up.
This is what happens when council members decide to try to do technical stuff.
Boy,
I'm not a council member.
can we get that on record?
I think it is.
Oh, it is on record.
It is on record.
We need Jason Butler.
Just kidding.
oh,
Initials are Jason Binder.
JB.
He was a
All right,
DRB member, you know. so-
let them get settled back again in a minute, Brad, and we'll get,
Can we start over?
yeah. Start over on Lazy Dog.
You went from here to council, you might take some notes on that.
Right.
We've gone out of control pretty quick here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right,
Get control.
Oh, you trying to take over? Thank you.
all right. Welcome back.
That's okay.
Next, bye-bye.
We're just making this interesting for Lauren for first day.
Okay,
All
so.
right, Lazy Dog.
Everything back.
So I put the North Point, guideline in, which has materials, some material sheet at the end. This is the one that the city developed, for the North Point area. Not that you have to use these materials, but they're good suggestions to go, that we feel will, help make the area cohesive together. One of the things that you don't see is that kind of Tennessee, I think what's called a Tennessee flagstone stacked material.
Sounds
I don't know what the term that we used in our pre-meeting, but it wasn't an eco kind of design material. It was too tumbled, too rough, needs to be a little smoother or something. Anyway,
How stoned it is.
the changes they made were pretty slight. They did not really, I'm gonna go down here to the renderings.
Yeah, I know one of the things, this was a virtual meeting, right? I think one of the things we
Right.
struggle with is we couldn't see color samples in the virtual meeting too.
Was also asked in the virtual meeting, we found some different coloration on a couple buildings and asked if that could be incorporated in. They didn't do that. They may have a reason they didn't, I don't know, but, they didn't. So, one of the things that struck us really as odd, and you see it here, this tower feature it really throws the design off from all the other buildings that are out there.
Right.
The design of the tower. Maybe not the tower itself as far as having a corner feature, but this particular design, angular tower, and then you've got angled side lights.
Well, it's kind of got a Santa Fe prairie style, even Spanish colonial theme to it.
Yeah.
With a Frank Lloyd Wright.
It's part of that prairie, that's the prairie style.
If you made it rectangle, doors, the structure, the top.
You could pull off the prairie without that angled
Yeah.
tower.
There was a lot
He
of comments
created- he-
about
he-
landscape.
Yeah, it was
They
big
did
and creative.
change landscape architects. He's not able to be here today. But I passed on to him what comments he had. And he snickered about one and was very humbled about the other because he saw it and forgot to change it. So a couple of the comments were just, the plants that require sun and things were in shadier areas and stuff like that. So Steve will be working on that. Steve Manley is who they chose from Manley Land Design here locally. So he'll be changing that and hopefully we can.
So are we deferring it then?
Hopefully we can just get to a point where we can just make some comments and do it to staff or their LVP. That's what I hope.
So we've already approved the site plan for this
Yes, I plan to approve.
back last April.
I think they're gonna walk through the landscape plan. I think they're gonna present it, it's just that Steve couldn't be here at the short notice that he was hired.
But if he's making changes, then why are we making comments to things that are gonna get changed anyway?
Well, he's making changes to the unofficial comments.
Was it the snickering part or the part he laughed at? Or the part he was humbled by?
The ones that were that he was humbled about, that he tried to change the shading and the things like that. He snickered about the very cool plant selection. I'm gonna use some of these in some future plans, is what he
Oh,
Who
said that.
Yeah, I don't know who said that. I believe the term was, I'm gonna steal some of these for some future plans. But anyway.
Can't prove that.
He's just being lazy.
Whoa.
Okay, anybody got any questions for Lazy Dog?
Done.
All right,
Didn't get your pun, I got it.
last one,
I
South State Bank.
just got it when he said the name of the place.
Center State Bank's name.
Dinner wasn't there more than a year, were they?
I actually like these signs a little bit better than the Center State. I think the blue background is a little less than what it was on the Center State. I think it was too much or something on the Center State, and I think it's better on the South State.
Yeah.
I like the yellow better than that aqua thing too.
Yeah.
And they are halo lit, so I feel like they would meet
So if they don't make it, the next one will be Northern State or East State? Or
Got 2 points left.
is it the same ownership, just
East-west,
in their
north,
charter, or
southwest, northwest,
Center wasn't there very long?
Water.
south, southwest.
He said, only
It
this,
has 6,
That's,
because I have water coming out my nose.
might have got bought and things went south.
Or they started it so that they could sell it.
Yep. Okay. There being no further business, the workshop meeting is hereby adjourned.
Yay.
All right, get your coffee cups filled. Let's get back here and get started with our public hearing in just a couple minutes, please. So Frank, when I turn it over to you, you gonna bring your laptop over, or you gonna stay here? All right, you just stay here. Just stay here.
I think we should change seats.
No,
It's a
that's
power
good.
thing.
That's good. I'll just
Power
turn it on.
thing, right?
We'll just turn it on.
Too much of a hassle.
Okay, good. Makes sense.
Frank, you know you want the power. Tell me.
I'm gonna come get the gavel, though.
Yeah, you want the gavel at least.
Yeah, their toes were connected.
Okay. How was Rotary this morning? Did you?
The speaker was so good,
Oh,
but it was, you have to ask your brother about it.
Yeah.
It was shocking.
what was it about? Okay.
She works at the school world,
Right.
and she has founded a couple schools around educating parents. This comprehensive sex education that's happening. They're teaching kids at 5 years old.
Oh, my God.
Hey, good morning, Richard, how are you?
Absolutely
Wow.
shocking.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm not, just for everybody, I'm not contagious. I flunked my COVID test yesterday, so that's a good thing. But the allergies of spreading mulch has really got me. So, none of you guys showed up though. I
Great color coordination. Back to the start. Don't be like that. Come on. Yeah, this is the ideal temperature in there.
Okay, there she comes. All right, we all set? Lauren, we all set? Ready to go? Okay. Let's fix this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing this morning. Today is Friday, May 21st, 2021. Welcome, everyone. Just a gentle reminder for everyone, if you'll make sure your electronic devices are either in the silent or off mode, please. We'll get going here, and our first order of business is roll call. So, looks like everybody is here this morning. Thank you for being here, being with us. Appreciate your time. We're going to have a little bit of a lengthy meeting, but we're all here. So let's stand, face the flag, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, very good. Thank you for that. Brett, any items from staff this morning?
We do have one item from staff, well, actually two items. For the first case, the First Baptist of Alpharetta, Mr. Kramer and Mr. Brown were not present for the first round of discussions, so they'll be recusing themselves, and we've confirmed that we can ask Mr. Schwing to sit back in as he was elected at that meeting as our chairperson. So we'll just ask him to sit back in for chair there rather than go through the elections. The next thing, I hope you've all met Lauren, as she's for the last couple of weeks been dubbed the new Ellie. That kind of went around the block a few times. Lauren comes to us out of the fitness industry that she worked most recently, so if she gets us all up in the middle of the meeting,
Get the blood
jumping
flow.
jacks or something,
Boot camp, I did
boot camp, yeah, in the middle here or something, don't be surprised. She also has graduated law school.
Oh, you
So
gotta be
when
careful
it
now.
comes to our Robert's rules.
Oh my gosh.
Is
I know.
keep us on our toes.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, we're very excited. She has jumped in with both feet, which we wanted, and took off really. She's really picking up on everything pretty quickly. Her first meeting was, 3 days after she started was planning commission,
Ooh.
and it went till like 11 o'clock or something like that. So
Oh, that's when I was at.
I'm not gonna promise anything, but I will say that the next morning, there was a draft meeting, minutes
Wow.
summary to the planning commission. So we're not gonna promise it, that's not a requirement, but, I think, you'll hear a lot of typing over here as we go through the meeting. But we're real excited to have Lauren. Ellie stayed within the city. She took a promotion in the Parks and Rec department. So she's actually just right across the hallway over there, if you want to pop your head in. So she's still here, so we're excited for her as well. It's a great addition for her, so, there you have it, that's the staff.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. Any items from board members this morning? Well, Lauren, we welcome you this morning, so we'll try to make sure our motions are very clear, concise, and efficient as you're copiously typing what we're saying. So welcome. We appreciate your time and bear with us this morning.
Are we supposed to review her minutes tomorrow morning when she sends them out?
Well, are you working on Saturday? You're working on saying, oh, it's okay. I hope not. All right, very good.
I will need to leave after if we stay on course here.
If we stay on course, okay.
When we're,
All right, so it looks like you have to leave about 1 o'clock, okay. All right, anybody else? Everybody else staying with us? All right, we still have a quorum, so we'll be good, so have fun this afternoon. All right,
Yes, and tell your husband that we just happy birthday.
What's his birthday?
Son, congratulations.
very good. Wow, very good. And
So we'll be looking up in the front cockpit in what, about 5 or 6 years, and maybe seeing father and son
maybe you
flying up there?
come into a lot of money, maybe you play it around.
Okay. I'll win the lottery. All right, very good. All right, thank you for that. All right, next on our agenda is to approve our meeting minutes from March 19th, 2021 and April 16th, 2021. So let's start with the March minutes. Anybody have any comments or questions? Okay.
On the fifth agenda item, is it take that?
Yeah, that's all right.
If you go down to about the third motion, third or fourth, it says, board member offered a motion. But it must have been, that was landscaping.
Yeah, I saw
Two
that.
people.
Yes,
Go back to it.
I would think it's that, but I'm not sure.
Richard seconded, Richard Owen seconded.
Yeah, so it has to be.
Board member, okay, so that's the, which, 1, 2, that's the third motion?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, that was Pat.
I didn't check. Well, you want to, all right, so that's, Roger, you got that one, so you want to verify?
Frank, did you get the second on that by chance?
Yeah,
Owen seconded it.
Just say,
Oh, Richard,
Okay, all right, anything else, Mr. Brown?
nothing to me.
Okay, I know Mr. Swing has seen a couple things.
so prior to that, on Roswell Street, in the motion there, it says screen lighting, it should be string lighting.
Depends if there's water there.
Yeah, I don't think there was. All right, and then, I'm sorry, to make this easier, back to the one we were on a minute ago.
Shake Shack.
With the prior comment, the same motion. I had in my notes for the third item there was the walls for the dumpster are also black. I had it there also with cast stone casting.
So was this meeting, this was not recorded, was it? So you're just going from notes and things? Okay.
Going down to Julio Jones,
Yeah, that one.
the landscape motion. So, this motion had to do with them shielding that, kind of that left side of the building where the service and parking was. Remember that discussion? It was
The
about-
front-end view, right?
Yeah, the front
Yes.
view, and your comment was, there was kind of two pieces to it. It was the, along the building, but then also that island in
The front,
that
right.
island in front of the building. So, so where it says to the street side elevation, it was specifically for the parking and service side of the building. And it was both along the building and in the island in front of that. Trying to screen that with sort of two layers of screen.
It's meant south, what road is that? What street is it?
That's West Side Parkway.
So so the elevation facing West Side Park,
Right.
Yeah, but it was
the service side,
It was the
Yes.
service, the left side of the building, yeah, specifically.
left if we're looking.
Then on Hennessy Jaguar, I'm not sure what happened there, but those motions must be from something else. They got cut and pasted in there. There were two motions on
Yeah.
it. Only two motions. Just look at this real quick. I made one, the first motion for,
This wasn't
so the
recorded,
first motion
but
was.
what are you saying?
I made the motion and, on the motion. And the second motion was to
Yes, that's what I have as well. Okay. All right, any other corrections to the March 19th meeting minutes? So I think we can still approve them based on our discussion today with those changes. So, okay. Does somebody then want to make a motion to do that?
Yes, I move that we accept the minutes as recorded with the amendments, with the amended, with the changes reviewed this morning.
Okay. All right, I have a second. So we have a motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Mr. Swing to approve the March 19th, 2021 meeting minutes. Any comments or discussions on the motion? There being none? All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the March 19th, 2021 Design Review Board meeting minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes. The minutes are approved 7-0. Okay? So that was March 19th, and then we have April 16th, 2021. Any comments or questions about the draft minutes? Draft.
I just have a question, a procedural question. For the
Painting, and I believe it was me and Frank voted no. Does it have to say in there who voted no? Like it says 5-2 was a vote, it doesn't need to say. Okay, that was the only question I had.
Only when we, doesn't have to say, but when an application is denied, then we have to tell us why.
Okay, but I
It
didn't,
doesn't
I
have to
didn't,
list the numbers of who voted.
okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Any other comments or questions about the meeting minutes?
Only thing I saw was when you get to H, which is the residential development, before that, we were voting 7-0, then we went 6-0. Don't we indicate somebody must have, for the next two, it was 6-0, 6-0. So somebody left the, don't we indicate that someone's gone or something like that? It doesn't say. I just couldn't figure out how we went from
Yeah, we
7-0 to 6-0.
Well, I know in the past we do that somebody has either been recused.
I'm assuming someone
left the
left.
meeting.
I don't remember. That was the last meeting, right?
Yes.
Sure who left.
Although it's,
Anyway,
everything's been approved, so,
you don't have anything?
And that, yeah, and that was actually the only applicant. I didn't note the vote count. So,
Oh, nice.
so I can't.
There you go.
I don't
So
know
the
why.
conspiracy.
I was doing it before that, and I had it on the applicants after that, but for that one, I
Government
didn't.
conspiracy. Okay.
But-
All right.
and Roger King.
I didn't have any notes that anybody left, so.
On the
I don't
recording,
have any notes about
I
it.
could hear a female saying, I need to go ahead and leave, but I haven't learned everyone's voices yet to be able to.
I usually don't leave, so.
That is not true.
Uh-oh.
But we were 7-0 after that.
Maybe it was
yeah.
Pat's voice.
Oh,
And
no,
we-
you did have to leave last time, that's right at the end.
but then it was 7-0 for the,
Oh, I did leave, yeah.
See?
Holly,
Oh,
Carter.
no, so I'll bet it was.
Carter.
So this may be an error in my notes. It might have been 6-0 after that.
one by the church, down Cumming Street by the church, those 11 townhomes,
The 1858?
1858.
There were two
Yeah.
things
Here for that.
that she missed, I guess.
No, I think
That
at the
Chris
end.
was here?
Be three things,
Wait.
actually. There were.
Well, the only reason is if they ever come back for some reason, we know who was not here.
Did you present it? Did you? Oh, well, then you know why.
Oh, because.
But Pat presented it. Yeah.
There you go.
That's why I didn't have
Pat presented. But he presented for that one, but the next one is also
Oh, I
6-0.
did, because my daughter.
No,
daughter
the
had-
next one was 7-0, right?
That was me, that was me.
No, the Carey,
was me.
JP Carey is 6-0.
This will
So
be
Pat
Wait.
presented on the first
Wait a
one.
so much
minute.
easier with our recording working again.
There we go.
Well, how did we get the 7-0 on the Marietta Street then?
Did you have 7-0 for Marietta Street? I had 7-0.
I didn't check that one.
We just need
All
to
right,
know
so we went from,
have
we
it.
went from 7 members voting on the, what application was that? On Shirazzo's, the restaurant, the Hardee's restaurant.
And then Pat went out for the 1858.
Okay, that's 6-0
For CB 122, then Holly left.
for Vaughn Drive. Wow, okay.
And then 676.
All right, we just recreated history. Okay.
Just so we know. We have to.
All right, very good, that's how, okay. Any other, wow, this is taking a long time on these meeting minutes. Anything else on the April meeting minutes? There being none, does someone want to offer a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we approve the minutes of April 16, 2021. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, all right. Mr. Brown, a motion to approve the minutes and a second by Mr. Owens. Do we have any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of April 16th, 2021, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, all opposed, no opposition. Motion passes. Minutes are approved 7-0. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. All right, our first applicant this morning is First Baptist of Alpharetta, and Roger and I are going to excuse ourselves while Mr. Swing takes over as chairman. So
All right,
we'll be in the conference room next door. Just call us when you're finished.
Sounds good. She said you could. Yeah, I was planning on it. Yeah. Just too much stuff to move. I'm just going to stay here. So good to see you all again. You were here in, when were you, September? September was. And just for the rest of the board, Ms. Rocco and I came in and met with y'all about 2 weeks ago, roughly, and you gave us kind of a preview of what you were coming back with to address our comments from the first time. And we gave you a couple of thoughts at that time as well. And I looked at what you submitted, and it looks like you kind of tried to address the comments that we gave you. So with that, if you could introduce yourselves before you start once again, and just walk us through what you got.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the DRB. I'm Richard Warnick. Been here in Alpharetta for 43 years, member of the church for 43 years. And these are very exciting times. I remember when it was State Bridge Road and it was 2 lanes rather than Old Milton Parkway. So that's been a while back. And Holcomb Bridge was not quite finished, the widening. So that's been a long time ago. And our church has been in this location since about 1906. And it's very exciting because we're going to be doing something to the outside of our church that hasn't really shown up, or what we've been doing on the inside of the church. And so this is exciting times for us. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Steve Browning. Steve's our lead pastor, and he's going to give us some introductory remarks.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, members of the board, for hearing us again today. So what you'll see is that we have presented you with some slides that will give us an existing, what we talked with you about in September to refresh your memory. I don't know how you were able to do what you do. I just watched you kind of walk through the day's events here, and I'm like, I can't figure out how y'all want to keep that all straight in your mind. So hopefully we can refresh your memory where we've been at. And then where we're coming back to today, I want to thank this board because I really do believe the comments that you gave us back in September have given us a better picture of what we need to do to be a better match for our city. I also think it's going to be a better match for our church as well. So thank you for that. Also want to thank Ms. Rocco, Mr. Swing for coming in and helping us to get these fine-tuned last details together before our presentation today. Heather's going to walk us through some of these things, and I'll be available during the Q&A time as well. So Heather, I'll turn it over to you, and you'll walk us through the finer points.
I'm Heather Hubble with TSW. I'm a registered architect.
Peyton Peterson, TSW, Landscape Architecture Department.
Thank you for your time today. As Pastor mentioned, I'm going to walk you through kind of our journey here. What you see before you is the picture of what the church in general looks today. There, are 3 pediment gables here, 3 Greek temple fronts. The church looks a little bit austere. It doesn't have the friendliness that the church wants to kind of portray. There's lots of blank walls of brick. And then it's not clear. It's not clear where you worship, where you enter. Those were all goals that we started with from the beginning, and we wanted to keep those. When we first came to you, when we first came to you in September, we brought this picture to you as the reimagined front of the church.
There was great feedback that was given. Primarily, there was concern about the amount of white painted brick. There were concerns about kind of liking the window rhythm, but how large they were and not kind of broken up. There were concerns about the use of glass as canopies and whether that really fit in with downtown Alpharetta. As part of this presentation, when we came before you in September, you did approve the steeple, which you see on top of the church in this rendering, and we're very thankful for that. We did receive a permit from the city for that, and we hope to see that steeple on the church this summer. So it's not there right now, but look for it this summer. So with that feedback in mind, and I should mention one other thing, there was some concern about the chapel. The chapel, even though it's not technically a historic building for Alpharetta, it's the oldest building on this campus. And as you can see in this picture, we were updating the door and adding large windows there, and there was concern about kind of the integrity of that and what that was doing to this facade. So we listened to all that, went back and spent time with the church talking about, kind of how to take that feedback in and where to go. And this is what we're presenting to you today as the updated, revised elevation. We did get rid of the kind of bright whites. We've taken things back to off-whites. We've maintained the red brick on the Hatfield, which is the facade to the far left. We are proposing a partial whitewash on the center portion, which is the commons and the prime entry for the church on Academy Street. And then on the chapel, which is to the far right, you can see we aren't augmenting the front of that facade. We're leaving the trim, the door. There's a stained glass of Jesus above the door. We're leaving all that. Really, for this front facade, all we're changing there is updating the sconces to be consistent throughout the facades. We've also taken the center commons facade back to a more traditional look, even though we're getting rid of the pentaminted gable, which helps clarify this facade. We've provided engaged pilasters with recessed windows behind. And then we've taken away all the glass awnings, and we're showing kind of simplified metal awnings. They're a low slope, and I'll show you a picture, an inspiration picture for those. So there's 3 of those, and those are just giving a little bit more coverage to those doors that are going to be opening. So when it rains, we won't get water inside. But they're also providing just a smaller dark accent along the front. And then here's another picture of where we were, and then here is the updated as well. We did keep the larger windows and increasing that rhythm along the facade, except for the chapel. I think that's very important for the church. We do want people to see what's going on inside at night when the lights are on, and feel that sense of warmth and friendliness. So the windows are absolutely important to the church. Just to walk through each of these 3 facades, since they are the main ones. The intent is not to use hardy at all on this project. We aren't going to add trim to the project other than what is already there. Any trim that's along the roof line or along the pentaminted gables will be refurbished and repainted. But all the new elements, like the window pop-ups on the left and the right, are intended to be out of precast. And there is a sample of that precast up here. And then the paint is going to be color matched to this precast. So there's only so many precast colors that we can get. This is, it's a buff, off-white, pleasant precast. So the intent is to then repaint any trims that exist to match this.
Are you making any changes to the trim detailing on this facade?
Not on this facade, no. There is some dentals on this facade. It's intent to leave. We haven't modeled that just for simplicity.
Okay, just checking. Okay.
So those bump outs again would be made out of the precast. The columns and everything stay. Those are actually fiberglass, a heavy fiberglass that has a texture on it. They're going to be fixed up. And then the surrounds you see around the window that are that kind of buff color, they're going to be a precast. And then inset in that is going to be the window system. And the intent is just to go a little bit lighter on that. You see the stone white up there, just to give it a little bit more accent. And some of the actual windows that are still in the building right now have that color. So just to have that little bit of color variation. As you can see, that's not a bright, bright white. It's more like a grayish white.
So the windows, before you go into that, the windows above at the top, those are 6-pane divided light? Kind of hard a little bit to
Correct,
tell.
sir, yes.
Okay, and then,
And then you have the taller lights, and then you have the taller lights at the bottom that match what is going on over the door, and then there'll be a thick divide above, as well as the kind of divider in the middle.
okay.
So there is this intent to kind of make it more traditional.
Okay, thank you.
This is the Commons facade. This is the one that's being redone the most. The entablature you see there is intended to be precast. There is going to be relief put into that with the scripture. And then also the attached pilasters, which you see there around the windows, those are also intended to be a precast. There's precast, again, around the windows, and then the storefront or the window system inside of that. I did say storefront. That is our intent, is to use a metal storefront just because of how large these windows are and the longevity. If you tell us we can't use storefront, it would be a clad wood window, but I think really for what we're trying to do here and the height of these windows, we prefer to use storefront.
Are you planning to paint it, or?
It'll be a fluoropolymer painted storefront, and it will be in that color.
It will be in that.
So it will come out to the site in that fluoropolymer, and just the reason for that anodized, it scratches, you can't repair it. The fluoropolymer you can actually repaint and fill and touch up if there are issues. And then you can see the awnings, and I have a picture of what those will look like here in a moment. And then the chapel. So you can see here, primarily all that's being done is refurbishing. We are updating the sconces, and then we are going to update the side. There's a side door here, and you can see that little sloped awning. Our intent is to update that. There's sort of like a little hutch over that, small gable, and the columns are very thin on it. It's out of proportion, really. So we'd like to update just that side element so that it's not so distracting from the overall chapel itself. Here's the picture of that awning. This is obviously a stock product, and these we intend for them to be a custom product. It'll be a little a little bit more low slope, than this awning. And I think we're open to whether it's really standing seam like this or even just a flat panel, which would be a little bit cleaner and not so distracting. Kind of flat panel metal. And then here is the light. This is not the exact perfect picture of this light. If you look in the renderings, we have some dividers, some mullions in this. This is a custom light that is going to be made just to get the height and the width. This company specifically specializes in ecclesiastical lighting, but I wanted to kind of show you what that in general looks like.
So what are they, 30 inches tall? Is that what
Correct. So to be in proportion with the building.
Okay. And where are those going on the?
Sure. They will go on both Academy Street, and they'll be marching along the sides.
Okay.
So the intent is to make it consistent on all three sides.
Same fixtures around them. Okay.
Currently, there's some floodlights on top that provide that lighting, and we just want to make it consistent while we're redoing some of the other larger things.
Are they black?
The intent is to do them a black or a bronze. Yes, a dark color, no silver. No silver.
Is that your sample color there on the board? What?
So the charcoal is the intent for the awnings.
Okay. So that's.
Is that the one at the bottom or the?
Can you point to it?
Sure. Yes.
Please.
So yeah, windows, precast. So this is the awning color. I think we would get close to this just so we're not introducing a new color into the scheme.
Thank you.
What about the front doors? Are those white?
On the
On the chapel side?
So the intent is really to color, is to repaint everything. So we'd make the window system and the doors the same.
Okay, so
And then all the surrounds would be the same, all the trim would be the same. We really want to make it consistent throughout, if we can.
just
Color.
dark white here, so I didn't know.
Yes, the renderings aren't as perfect as we would
No worries, thank you.
like them to be. And then, so that's all I have on Academy Street. If it's okay, I'd like to move to the west facade. This is,
Can I ask a quick question?
yes, of course.
On the Academy Street elevation, so the windows and doors of Hatfield and the common area, do those, when I look at it, do those in any way relate to each other? In any way do they match? Because when I look at it, it looks like they're different on the one versus the other.
It's a great question. So they are slightly different. The intent is for them to be the same system, so they're all going to be the same window system, but the mullions are different.
Is there a reason for it?
There is a reason for it. So the Hatfield is so tall, those windows are, and so dividing them by 3 tends to make those lights seem very skinny. And with the shorter commons, it made more sense to divide those by 3. But I'm open to feedback if there's thoughts on that.
So commons is divided by 3?
Yes.
Oh, I get it.
The side windows, which I thought, because the other 2 are doors, are primarily doors with just a clear story above.
Okay, so everything under the awnings is a door.
Yes, sir.
So 3 doors. Okay, thank you.
So this is the the west facade. It does go down a hill from the street, so it's not as visible, but there are some strange things about this facade, and so we did want to take the time to do some improvements to it to make it more consistent with the campus. Primarily, this is the only place where there is a mansard roof, this top roof formation that's kind of sloped towards the viewer. So we really wanted to kind of get rid of that and put a parapet on it. Also, since we are doing kind of as the commons, which is the main entry, we're doing a whitewash, it made sense that that prime entry and then this, which is a secondary entry, to do lime wash on it as well. So this is what we brought to you previously in September. It's very, very white. And so, again, the primary goal was to correct that mansard. So this is what we're proposing today. The windows you see on the side here all stay as they are currently. We're not suggesting a lot of additional windows here. Again, it's down a hill, so it's not as viewable. But we thought it was a good chance to kind of start to have the same language for this entry. So we're getting rid of the mansard and doing a partial lime wash here.
Do you have a sample of the lime wash?
So I do not have it with me. There is a sliver on the documents of what that looks like, and then the church has put a mock-up inside for parishioners to see, and I believe a couple of members of your board reviewed it just because there is good lime wash and bad lime wash.
Pretty big.
Yeah, Katie and I went and looked at it. They mocked up, I don't know, your wall's probably 5 by 5 feet or some 2 different lime washes, a heavier and a lighter lime wash. And I think you preferred the lighter lime wash, as did we. So Katie and I both thought it looked good.
All right, we'll trust you.
Yeah, but I had suggested it'd be good to have a photo of that to show the other board members, though. But it was a light. It let a good amount of the brick show through, I thought. So, but it is key. We've seen some poorly done, whitewash and lime wash. So it helped to see that. Is the same person going to do the actual building as did the mock-up?
I can't answer that for sure because it's probably going to be a commercial painter in this case. But as long as the church will let that
I would just,
mock-up stay.
I would just tell them, make sure they
The intent is
match
to use the
that.
same materials, so they did get the materials that are called out on this board, which are a true material paint.
Are you gonna be doing the CA?
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna have the mock-up and match the mock-up? That'll be
Yes.
your job, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We will do an infield mock-up before it goes to town on the facade. And so this image shows you kind of how much that grade drops off and really reduces that facade. You're really only going to see the top portion of that facade as that hill is falling down.
So what's the roof material gonna be on that?
So it's a parapet, so there's a cat flashing, and then beyond it's going to be TPO behind the parapet.
TPO?
TPO, yes.
I don't know what that is.
I'm sorry?
What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a
Landscape.
membrane, it's
I
a
do trees.
membrane roofing, pretty typical to just make sure that,
It's like a rolled roofing.
A what?
correct.
Rolled roofing, they rolled the substrate on top of.
Yeah, so will you see that from street? You will
No.
not? But and what's that trim piece that look like, what color will that be along the top?
Well, on top is, that is a cat flashing, a metal cat flashing, which is typical.
And painted what?
And the intent is that it will be that tannish color that you see there, that matches, again, we're trying to match the precast on everything that's trim.
Okay. Thanks.
So, but all the other windows here are intended to be kind of the existing windows. We aren't suggesting that those be updated. And you can kind of see that white block beyond. You have to elevate greatly to be able to see that roof membrane beyond. And then I'd like to move over to the east facade. So this is the east facade as you see it today. You can see the portico share beyond. The church has a lot of issues with that. There is Alpharetta Christian Academy is in the building you see there in the background. They use this covering to pick up their kids. There are kind of issues with rain. It doesn't cover and work for them the way they need it to. So a goal on this side of the facade is really to update that covering. Here's another picture. Here is that kind of out of place, almost doghouse building with the thin columns that feel too weak. So we want to update that piece. And then the rest of it is just going to be refurbished, all the trim in the windows. Here's an up close of that. You can see there's some step issues going on here. So the intent is to, with construction documents, work on this grading for the church. Here's what we presented back in September. You can see the curved glass drop-off area, and obviously there were concerns about that. So we've taken this back to a more traditional, we are giving this, kind of the crown molding type look, the standard entablature look. We are doing some paired columns to kind of lighten up that structure. And you can see there's a representation of what would be a church bus coming under that.
And what's happening with the side door? They're hidden by the
Yes.
big arborvitae.
Yes, so that is going to get one of the awnings, and I'm going to show you a picture of that here in 1 minute. So here is, this you're not going to see from the street in this manner, but this is going to become a larger structure. If you see the white car underneath, not only are kids dropped in front of the primary doors there at the front of the covering, but they have a second car that drops off at the back, and those kids are always in the rain. So this is a 2-lane drive under, and then they're going to double stack the kids. So they don't want to double stack the kids in a kind of a traditional, a parallel method. They want to do front and, back bumper to front bumper.
Is that getting taller?
It is getting a little bit taller. There are some windows there. We do not know if we can save them. The church would like to save them. It all depends on our final grading at this area, because we're going to try to take the grading down a little bit to solve some step issues there are getting into the front of this church.
You just want to put a 6-inch curb along the face, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of the ramp up and paint it red?
Correct. And then here is that awning. So we do want to get rid of the doghouse on the side of the church and do an awning similar to what is being done along the commons front. So those are the two things that are occurring over here.
So will that be similar to or matching?
Matching.
Okay.
Yeah, and you had said, so I guess there's kind of two choices, either standing seam or just a smooth metal roof. Standing seam seems more historic.
It also has more texture to it, and it wouldn't, and your color's going to match your roof, so it's got a richness just about looking at it that I would lean toward.
Okay. And then we'd like to talk about the landscape. That's the.
So before we go into landscaping, can we, let's go back and can you just go back through the facades again quickly? Just got to take us back to the beginning real quick.
Okay.
Just a couple more comments. So in the comment section in the center, you've added some columns and I guess a little bit of an overhang. How deep is that?
About 12 inches.
So it's very,
Yeah, it's meant to be an engaged, and which is why the awning.
So the columns are actually on the building then?
They are.
Doesn't.
They're engaged.
Okay, I got it, okay.
So and those are offset 12 inches, and how far out does the awning come off the seat?
About 3 feet, I think, would be the max that we'd want to do it, 2 to 3 feet. That hasn't been completely determined.
On the awnings, like in the picture we're looking right now, it looks just like almost like a box that sticks out, but in the flat. In the picture you have of the actual awning, it's angled and then opened on the side. So is it open on the side?
So yeah, it's if you see in this picture, that's the intent.
Okay, and is that
the concept is almost like 45. Our intent is to be a little more shallower.
a little more shallow?
So-
And is that the same? The ones on the front look the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I personally actually like the flat as opposed to the standing.
As opposed to standing seam?
Yes. I just, with the look they're going for, I think it looks a little more contemporary.
Yeah.
Standing seam seems a little farmhousey to me.
I think you guys are talking about, you said instead of standing seam, and,
No, I said, I'm preferring the standing seam.
right, but she's talking about the angle of the awning, not the
No,
material.
I'm talking about, I prefer it like, because she said they were either going to do standing seam or just flat.
It means not standing seam.
Oh,
And
okay.
I was saying, I like the look of just the flat.
Oh, I thought you meant that the way these look, they were
Oh,
flat.
no, I see where you're going. No, yeah.
Okay.
I guess I could be had either way. I don't have a
Just from what they're.
strong feeling on it.
The look they're going for.
Just to advocate for the flat a little bit, we can give it a little bit of a thickness to it that makes it look a little bit more permanent and not so temporary. So if the board is willing to let us kind of make that decision, we would go with
You'd rather
kind
go.
of smooth.
The only thing I care about is the pitch on it and how much is actually revealed and how much is, I like a less reveal on all of them, rather than a steeper pitch where you see more of it.
Which I think that's what you're wanting to do
Yeah.
anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it almost looks like you, and I don't know if I'm seeing the wrong image. We're seeing this image. Can you go
Oh,
back? to
yeah.
it? We got advanced a page there.
There you go.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of room in there, so it can't be very steep to,
Right.
Yeah, see, and when you're looking at this picture, it almost looks like they are just flat and then they're not open on the sides, if you look at it from here, to me. But that's why I was just questioning.
yeah, I think
That was-
I like the slight pitch to them. I think that's a good change. I'm okay with flat, then, that's fine.
In context, in the context of the covered panel between the pilasters, I would agree that simplifying that material there would, without the standing seam, keeping that flat, fits more cleanly in there. Ms. Hubble, what would be your preference there as far as that material?
It would be the flat, because we can use something a little thicker gauge. It can feel more appropriate to this facade, I think.
I think it's fine.
Sure.
That's fine.
So therefore, then you can just be consistent with all of it.
With all of them, right.
Yeah.
All these sick
So your, Mr. Schroeder just left, but I guess your scripture at the top counts as a sign. So that'll just have to meet code. I think it probably does. It's your only building sign, so.
So the plant guy's just struggling with the different windows between the one to the next.
Yeah,
I think I'm struggling with that, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, one way or the other.
yeah, the two windows on the sides there, if they matched kind of the 6 light and with even spacing as the other windows.
Windows on the windows on the, whatchamacallit, the Hatfield being
Can you,
a lot different than the ones on the.
You had a view
common.
that has the whole front, maybe
Yes,
where you
sir.
can see the windows, all the windows at the same time?
And Dr. Browning does have a picture of the mock-up on his phone if anyone's interested in seeing that.
Oh, very good.
Oops, sorry, wrong.
Oh,
One more. There you go.
ooh, I like that. That would look good on my house.
It looks great, actually.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Oh, that's the lime wash?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you saying, Pat? You
Yeah, I
don't like
think,
these
so-
windows here are too different from these windows?
Yeah, that's, I mean, but that's, I
I think
mean,
they should all be the same.
they should,
I didn't
to
get
me,
it.
they need.
I didn't get it in time, but I've seen it in person, so that's,
I have to say that finish is commendable because we're
helpful.
in the year of painting brick white, and that year is seeming to extend, and it's everywhere. So it's welcome to see that.
So back to the windows, Pat. So you're, on the windows being added on the left side are sort of evenly divided 6 light windows, whereas the ones on the common area in the center are unevenly spaced, and they're,
Well, even the
You're saying you wanna
taller
match
that are-
those, or-
Even the taller that are underneath the gabled portion, those are even different than the taller windows on the common section. So I don't know, I can go either way with it. I'm just saying it bothers me a little bit, but I'm not gonna make a major case. We keep losing people.
No, I think the only other thing that I was kind of struggling with, and I think Katie was too, on the historical chapel one, with the doors being white, like nowhere else, I know that the window trim and all that is white and it looks fine because it's against maybe red brick or whatever, but this is like a white door against a cream trim, and it just looks like, I was looking at the picture and I was like, it looks like, oh wait, they forgot to paint the doors. That's what it looks like to me. And I was just wondering if there's a reason why like all of the lighter color is just not all the same color, as opposed to like having a cream and then a white. Because nowhere else on the building is there's such a, like there, in the rendering, you can see it more than like this picture, but
Sure.
that was the only other thing, and I know she was struggling with it too, but.
Sure. In talking with the church, and that was discussed, it just gives it just a slight crisp, instead of so much white, it gives it a slight crispness that makes it just a tiny bit fresh. And I think that's really the one. If those being such a big piece of white where the windows are just the frame, I think it would be fine to paint that the off-white the same as the trim. So it's just that one starts to feel a little bit more historic, and then keep the stone white on the other windows. Is that a good compromise?
I mean, I don't. Can you go to the rendering, which I know,
Sure.
I mean, where it shows it, just right there, both of our eyes went straight to that. Like it just sticks out, like something doesn't feel right with that white. And like, I mean, everywhere else with it's a window, it's either against the red or it's against the window, the glass, so it doesn't stand out as much. But that one stands out a lot, and I don't.
is there anything else white, or is that the only white, is those doors?
So that is intended to be intended to match this stone white. The rendering's just not as good at giving what we see in the background and the foreground the same color.
Can you point, which one are you talking, it's intended to match what?
So it's this grayish white.
So
And
what
that's
is, what,
the trim, and that's all the trim color is that color.
Not trim color, just window frame and door.
Oh, window frame and door, and the rest of it is the,
Are either this precast itself or a color to match paint.
okay.
What I'm suggesting is if that door specifically seems a little off, maybe we can color match it to this.
well, that doesn't look so
But you're-
bad when you look
yeah.
at there. Like on here, it looks, you
It
know.
looks very white.
That actually doesn't look, now that, I'm glad you pointed that out.
All right, so basically, out of those two, the cast stone there is what the surround on the door will look like, that color. And then the other color is the door.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's not as stark as
That's
it looks in
not,
the.
yeah, that is, yeah.
in the-
I'm
in
glad
the
you pointed that out. Because the only other place that you can really kind of draw with the white is on the side and the bottom of the windows, I guess, is the white also. Okay. And actually, I'm not, that's not, I'm fine with that, actually.
Not a stark difference, right?
Yeah.
As stark.
Okay, and I only had one other thought, which I guess would be the west facade, where you're doing the other lime wash and taking off the mansard. I was just thinking that the parapet, if there was a cast stone cap up there to more match the rest of the building rather than just the metal,
I was thinking the same thing.
yeah.
So we did discuss that as a group. Since this facade is down from Academy Street, there's a lot of expense in that stone and not wanting to add more wood trim if possible, or fiber cement, just keeping this simple. But yeah, we did discuss that. To do that, there'd actually probably be some steel involved. And so to use that expense on this facade,
There'd be steel involved,
the precast is
Really?
quite heavy.
even though that's a brick
and-
wall, okay.
Yeah, the precast is quite heavy. There's a lot of times additional restraints to that. And I didn't want to do a fake precast and do like EFS. So we'd rather just keep this facade simple and not draw attention to it if possible.
One thing I would point out is if you looked at the building directly to the left-hand side of it is the gym.
Mhm.
And it is a match, it's similar flashing that would be on that. So it is trying to carry that side of the canvas together versus trying to carry it to the front where it's a little more broken.
Do you have a further back view that we can see, see that?
Oh, a further back view.
Yeah, where we can, where we can,
Only if it
see
shows it
further
from the
to the-
existing.
okay, yeah, you know.
Oh, here
Oh,
it
there
is.
you go, okay. I see what you mean, okay. So the section of building further behind it. Okay. Yeah, okay.
So,
I'm already,
so I'm trying to figure out, if you're standing in the parking lot, 6 feet tall, what is the height of the roof line as opposed to standing, a 6-foot person standing in the parking lot? Are you gonna see the top of that roof? Are you not gonna see the top of that roof?
So this is the most accurate ground line I can give you. This is a ground line taken from the parking on the side of the church. And as you can see, obviously you're staying 6 feet tall. This isn't a perfect, but this is elevation-wise what you're seeing. It does very much sink down. And I don't have the exact drop.
yeah,
You're gonna have to put a pitch on that though, right? To
Pitch
the roof, you're gonna have to put a pitch on that roof to drain it,
on the back.
from back to front.
So behind the parapet, it's already self-draining. So that mansard roof is it's basically a parapet with a
I was gonna say, it
fake,
doesn't do anything.
Okay.
I hate to say fake, but
Except for-
a wood constructed slope. So we aren't altering the whole roof there. We're just taking one parapet and changing out for another parapet.
A much nicer parapet.
You're gonna see the top of
I
the
don't
roof.
even have the mansard roof.
You've got a difficult situation there, and you're doing with it what you can.
Yes, sir.
yeah, it doesn't seem like you should be able to see on top of that roof. That's pretty high. And the ground, isn't the elevation there is pretty flat, I think, going off to that side,
Well,
isn't it?
I think probably the point that she's making is you can't see it now, they're not changing the height of it, they're just pulling the mansard off and lime washing the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, we
So
need to-
you can't see it now, so you won't see it in the future because it's not changing.
Yeah, the height of the wall will be where the top of the mansard is. Does the when you take the mansard off, I guess, does the wall height come down at all?
No, sir. I mean, our intent is to kind of match as close as possible.
height of the
Maybe
mansard.
some variation.
Okay.
Within 6 inches, let's say.
All right, so maybe we can move on to landscape. Are you,
Yeah, wait 1 second, back up. So I'm looking at the image of the existing image, and it's got the shingled mansard roof, that part. So if I understand this, maybe I'm not understanding it very right. The mansard portion comes off, it's already got the roof on it, and you're leaving it like that, right? Or are you bringing the whole wall up to match the existing height of the top of the mansard?
Sure. So the mansard you see there is not a complete, once you get beyond what you're seeing, it dips back down to a
False front.
traditional flat roof.
Right.
So we're taking this off, and yes, we will be adding some brick to bring it back up to this height of approximately mansard.
Top of that mansard
Yes.
portion?
Yeah.
Okay.
we can,
that in
you
the door.
Okay.
could use the door as a reference,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, the scale of the door is not changing.
Okay.
If you look at this,
I misunderstood it before. I thought that was coming off, and there's, okay.
And I think last time we touched on landscape concept and everything was pretty good according to my notes, so we can probably breeze through, maybe use those comments that we had about that side, hit that up a little bit.
Brett, I can't remember what I said yesterday, let alone what I said
right.
a year ago.
The primary issue were
Breeze through
the
all that.
things, the primary issue of this project were the things we've reviewed here, and the landscape was pretty self-explanatory, and it was well presented, so as Brett said, there's not a lot to,
Yeah, especially if anybody wants to go through that, you want to go through it?
I would, and because I reviewed the drawings, and my biggest issue was there was no legend of what the symbols were called out to be.
Sure.
There's abbreviations, and there's nothing in the legend saying what the abbreviations are.
Yeah, we can generate a plant schedule and send it to you.
So you got a schedule,
Is there a plant schedule?
but you don't have, you have individual call-outs that don't relate back to the schedule,
They're not that. We don't have like,
unless I missed something.
we don't have like a legend with the quantities and everything. So we can provide a actual legend with the quantities of plants and what it relates back to. Because I think what you're referring to is sheet,
8.0.
is it L
yeah,
dash eight?
this right here. So,
So you see the abbreviations?
yes. Mhm.
Those don't relate back to anything.
Sure.
I can read into a few things, but
Sure, we'll provide a schedule on that. I think there's more in here than what's on the board behind you on the later sheet that is just the images.
and then the tree cutouts along the street, those are, I'm guessing those are elms going in.
That's correct. We're trying to match what's across the street.
Perfect.
It looks like a mixed
What
use.
size are those cutouts, and who dictates the size of those?
So I believe we did them 5 by 8 or 6 by 8, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not 100% sure, but it should have been following the existing or any kind of street codes that we had. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly the size of those cutouts. But we would probably provide some sort of root barrier around the edges.
Well, me and the arborist are, simpatico as far as the sizes of these cutouts.
Sure.
Anything we can do to get it longer, bigger, wider.
Sure.
I'm all for, he's all for.
Okay.
We get the sidewalk widths dictated to us, which Brett knows I'm a huge fan of.
That's a good point, because there's no restriction there as to how long you can make it.
No, I mean, you've done a good job, obviously, as far as centering it on the site, centering it in between the lights and that sort of stuff. But, if we can get any length to it, go for it.
Okay.
I would, make as much room for an elm as you possibly can.
Sure.
I'm constantly looking at little tiny skinny plantings right in front of City Hall, all the stuff that's dying because of little tiny skinny plantings. So I would make those as large as possible.
Okay. One of the things we're trying to do is match what's happening at the single-family homes towards the east. on Academy Street. But we could just make it a strip all the way.
I wouldn't make it a strip because, you know, it's not in tune with the downtown
Sure.
look. But, you know, if it's 8 feet long now.
I think it
I'll
is.
go 2-3 feet longer on each side and make it
Okay.
10, 11, 12. You've got the room.
Sure.
The only thing dictating the room is utilities and, you know, obviously the light poles, that kind of thing.
Mr. Coco, would you plant that then? If it gets larger, would you plant it with anything or just leave it mulch area?
What do you have in there?
It looks like it would be a liriope.
Oh, there is something.
Evergreen.
I see that.
Yeah.
Probably big blue, LB, liriope.
That's
big blue.
fine to me. I mean, it's irrigated, right?
The plan is probably to irrigate it, yes.
You have to irrigate the trees or put in I mean,
It would be drip.
yeah, so I would definitely irrigate it and,
It's a good point to address the ground cover issue in there because sometimes we can put too much because you're competing with the tree in terms of that upper root zone. So if you don't overdo it and give it something that's in balance, that'd be a good way to go about it.
no, just the length of the planter. Then I got one more question. There's a sign out there, the
Monument.
there's a planting just to the left, if you go back to the landscape plan, there's a planting of something to the left of the sign.
Yep, the HL.
What is that?
Hydrangea limelight, HL, I believe
Is that not the sign right next to it, the rectangular?
Yeah.
it is. This is the
Yeah.
sign right here next to it.
Why would you do that?
Well, we would think that we could do a dwarf hydrangea limelight, little lime or something to provide some sort of accent to hold that corner, but we can certainly not do that if that's preferred.
If it's small,
I'm
it
just
works.
pointing it out. And
Sure, yeah.
Something small there like you've got should work.
Is it a limelight evergreen?
I
Limelight's
think,
not.
Heather, isn't that sign pushing back in
It is. It's pushing back into this
to get
patio
the 5
space.
foot?
I just looked at it, it just struck me as odd that it's right there blocking thing.
Sure, we can,
Is there the round A on the other side as well, I'm assuming?
it would be double-sided, so it probably does make more sense just to either push that. I don't think we can push it back because there's this patio, but one of the things we talked about is possibly getting rid of this nook right here in this patio, and if we pulled that back, you could possibly push the landscape back some, or,
I'm not asking for any of this, I just thought a plant right there
Sure.
in front of your sign's just odd. I don't want you to redo the whole thing. It seems to me you just take the shrub out.
I think to me, the signs are very long. I don't, I mean, yeah, I think they're very deep into your thing there more than, I don't know, that just,
that's just,
it just felt like you were taking up room, you know, you created that nook with it because it's back in there so far. I know that, you know,
I don't think they have this room.
you want it to be recognized but yet, you know, you're on a 25-mile-an-hour street and you're 8 feet away from the sign, so the letters on the sign don't necessarily need to be, you know, 12 inches tall or something like that, because it's gonna be very readable. You know, think about it more as pedestrian scale sign, probably than, you know,
Because I think they're trying to.
which may help with that landscaping to the front and side, it'll help with that little nook, it'll, you know, but that's just my 2 cents.
That's a good point because the traffic is going to be moving slowly there anyway.
Yeah, stoplight right there, you know, so.
I will just say there's been a lot of discussion about these signs, as you can imagine. And the full names being on the sign, especially with the school having the word Christian, is super important, so, for the church. And, you know, that's the intent here. I think these will have to go through variance?
One will,
Okay.
one will.
Let me make just a quick comment on that. With the signs, we're trying to go for a similar scale to the sign we currently have. There's several reasons for that. I'll use an example of a sister church in town. You may recall that this church has just pulled down their monument sign and replaced with a much smaller sign. And it just came across as didn't come across well in their plan. It wasn't received well by some of the folks that were looking at the signage change. And the idea was to keep something of similar size, just having learned from what
I don't think that's their permanent sign, though.
It probably isn't, but it was definitely one of the parts of the conversation of trying to.
Yeah.
Similarly sized.
Yeah, theirs got taken down because of the DOT thing, and I think they're in process of trying to figure out what they're gonna do. To me, it just looks, and 9 times out of 10, our board always wants evergreens, or some plantings around the sign. I think it plays well here in kind of incorporating it into the steps. But it's just my, just my thought is like, they look big.
I think the size increase here is potentially the logo. It's, kind of trying to brand both
Yeah.
ACA, I'm going to shorten that, and the church itself. Those logos have become more important than in the old sign. And if there's any increase, that's what it is. And that line between the logo and the words is also super important to kind of set that off. So our intent here is, to try to take, if anything, we're taking a little height off of the sign.
today, Brett? Are we reviewing signage today?
Yeah,
Yeah, the monument signs are in.
yeah, we're gonna review the design and stuff like that, yeah.
All right.
All right, well,
Sorry.
I got another,
She was still talking.
I know, I'm sorry. It's-
If anything, we're taking a little height off the sign and stretching it a little bit more.
We got sidetracked. I was talking landscape, then it went to signage all of a sudden.
All right, go back to your landscape.
Anything else on landscape?
I did. Quick, you've got built-in wood benches. Why wood? And what do those look like?
Can you flip to that real quick? Do we have an image of the plaza?
And then there's a call out about a pole. What is the pole? Is that a light pole? And what does that look like if it is a light pole?
Sure, so I don't know if we have an image of the plaza with the wood benches, but we're trying to do these cantilever wood benches that essentially just provides a little bit of warmth in the space, and also just provide a softer material to sit on as opposed to stone. Right now, we have granite walls, that those wood benches are.
Are they stained?
Are they, yeah.
We could stain them to match the trim on the architecture.
Are they,
What's the
real,
intent,
real wood?
Real wood.
Are, what,
It would be plain cedar, probably.
yeah,
Most likely.
I think we saw those the time before.
We don't have an image. do we?
I don't think I have an image today.
And then what do you mean, what's the pole?
The pole.
Oh, yes,
Got a call out to number 18, but I couldn't find any.
Oh, those existing poles.
So yes, there are some existing poles that the church has out front that they periodically put up banners,
They're
like
banners.
special church service for Easter.
Oh, it's a banner pole.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
you can see those in this rendering, and the intent is to keep those.
Existing banner pole, okay.
Are they being painted or, I mean,
They would need to be refurbished with this, yes.
what color would those be?
We'd want to match probably the off-white
Ooh,
of the precast.
I would say black
I
or
would say
black,
black.
or maybe black.
We can do the charcoal you see there.
Yeah.
The reason being, you got the light poles that are black out there, and that's
Yeah.
And your,
vertical out of the ground, just white is gonna be
your
Okay.
It also shows off better what, that dark color would show off your
Correct.
banner
Yep.
nicely.
All right.
And these poles back here, do you want those white blend in?
I can't see what I look at is glare.
they're silver.
The light pole, or the flag poles?
The flagpoles.
So if those are more white, they're gonna blend in.
Yeah, those are usually like a,
Silver.
silver or a nickel color.
Any more landscape questions?
No,
Okay. What about the material on the patio is on the right side there?
Correct.
Yes, it's the American slate.
So there's American slate and then the vertical surfaces are.
Okay.
the granite.
Those seating areas, are they sunken down? They look like they're kind of,
They're actually
or there's a
stepped
wall.
up.
There's a wall,
That's
what-
correct. So they step up 3 risers, and it's even with the entrances to that middle facade of
And
the.
the seating, there's a wall all along.
That's
there.
correct.
Seating is behind.
And there's the ADA access is behind, and kind of goes through this way right here with this little,
That's your ramp there?
that's
It
correct.
goes from the Hatfield and then through the column and then over to patio.
How does someone get from the front sidewalk to there, up to that level?
They could come right, this is right here,
Okay, so that's the
punches
ramp there.
through to the sidewalk adjacent to the road. And then we also have ADA parking here, and this is ADA access ramp down here.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, anything else on landscaping? Done? Signs, I guess we have monument signs.
Okay, so there are two existing signs on site currently. You can see them here in the bottom image. As mentioned earlier, these signs are fairly tall and long. So one of the important things with the signs, as we mentioned, was having the full name of Alpharetta First Baptist Church. And if you go to the flip to the sign ones. So the Alpharetta First Baptist Church, the materials were matching the building. We have precast on top with the American slate as the base. And then we have these metal letters that are painted the charcoal color. We do have this reveal that Heather mentioned earlier to sort of separate the logo from the Alpharetta First Baptist Church verbiage. And we think that that reveal is important to make the logo stand out and to help with the church's overall branding. This sign does integrate into the patio space, and it's pulled back off this main brick sidewalk.
Is it lit?
Sorry, can you?
Is it lit?
Is it lit? Yes, to provide a shadow.
Where are the lights?
Oh, is it lit? Sorry, I thought you said lit, like a reveal at the bottom. We were hoping that it can be lit at the bottom with like a flush uplight. That would be a linear flush uplight that would wash the whole face of that guy.
How does that
On
work on
both
the
sides.
side with
Yeah,
the,
the
how does that work on the
sides.
side with the steps?
Well, it would probably be sitting on this right here. So you would have, the precast element would be slightly, the American slate would be slightly wider than the precast sign on top. So you could you could sit a flush linear light into the top of that slate
Like it's, and it's flush.
that washes the face. And those letters are pin mounted so that you have a shadow behind them. And then that wash would wash up behind those pin letter mounted letters.
And I'm assuming for both signs, you would have the same
That's
type of.
correct, on both sides.
And then the sum at the top, the John 14:6, would that be lit at all at the top?
Yes, we have talked about that. If that is lit, it would be done at the top of the engaged pilasters or in ground.
Top, because I don't think we can light it from there.
What was the code variant you said was required for the signs?
Number of them.
To have two? Even though they have two today? Yeah. Okay. So can we approve them here?
Yeah.
It'll just
Yeah,
be
we can-
conditional on
we're
the,
approving the design.
it'll just be conditional on the
Yeah.
variance, okay.
Any other, like the furniture that's shown in this picture, do we have any furniture going on? Or?
Yeah, so we haven't specified any specific furniture yet in terms of products, but we were thinking just something neutral white, cafe-style seating and chairs, just to provide some sort of outdoor seating areas right there out front.
Maybe you could, on the furniture, submit some cut sheets of what you're going to do to staff for review and approval.
Not plastic, right? Metal?
No, metal, they would be powder coated metal.
And these planters, it's just, that look like that
Yeah,
flower or
pots,
something?
like brand
Yeah,
up.
they would also be a metal planter. Probably, we would probably want to match the other exterior metal accents, so I would think a powder coated black. This image shows a copper, or charcoal, powder coated charcoal.
So, go ahead.
So the wood benches, is that the only wood element, the only kind of brownish element you'll have out there?
It is.
I like that choice because it gives you something, it's something soft and personal scale that's comfortable. Because it's simple, because of the simplicity of that wooden seat that cantilevers out, it fits with everything else that's going on there.
It just seems like a maintenance issue because there's no coverage over it, and then it's not gonna,
And splinters.
yeah, well, I mean, I guess it's cedar, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna gray out. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know if that's the look you wanna have or not, but.
They
So-
get- they get
Quick question on the
it's
planters.
Sure.
Are those just placed on those pilasters?
They would be.
So when it rains, when it drains, all that drainage is just going across the top of the planters and, or across the pilasters and down?
We could figure out a way to somehow have a drain hole, weep hole in the bottom of the planter that comes through, because we probably would want to irrigate those as well. So to hide that irrigation line, we'd have to come up through the core of this middle of this
Yeah,
pilaster.
you gotta drain them, because if it rains an inch in a day, you know, they'll just drown, and then you're gonna be left with stained pilasters because of the soil that's in there's gonna, you know, coffee stain out. I think Brett, I'd like to see more thought put into that, you know, what those pots look like.
Sure.
You know, a submittal of
Yeah.
those pots, how they're gonna drain them, that whole thing, because
I would suggest that the benches and the dust and the furniture come back. Because I'm not sold on those benches.
Yeah, the question is, do we wanna see them or let it go to staff and then they could bring it to us if they're not comfortable approving it, or do you wanna come back? I'd be okay personally with staff approval.
I'm okay with
The
staff,
furniture.
if they know what they're looking at.
Another thought about the bench. Your option from the wood would be something metal, some sort of metal meshing thing,
Yeah, like a teak wood.
or stone again. Doing it again on stone would be too hard and too harsh to keep that sort of thing in there.
I would
Too much of
really
that.
encourage that this be the one place that we do use wood on this project. I'm afraid it will look cold if you're in that space and don't have a warm accent. You know, I think they're going to be chunky enough. We'll make sure they're well planed, well oiled, and then it will be one of the only things we're giving them to maintain, hopefully.
All right, we have one more sign, real quick. We didn't look at the second sign.
So this sign is same materials as the sign you saw earlier out front. This is for the Alpharetta Christian Academy, ACA, and we're proposing that it is on the eastern side of the new entrance drive that we aligned with Park Avenue or Park Place. Previously, there were two drive cuts, so we are proposing a single drive cut now over here, and give us a little bit more room with this sign as well.
So look, same material, same design
That's
as the other
correct.
sign we talked about.
And how's that lit?
Same way, it would have the lip, the base would have the American slate base would be slightly wider than your precast base, and then you'd have the flush lighting on top, sitting on top.
Do you have any plantings around the base?
On this guy, we do not.
If it's turf, I mean, I don't mind it as much on this one because it's more, it's a solid
The way it's set up,
stone material that doesn't necessarily need to be.
a nice looking
Yes,
skylight.
yeah, somehow it looks right, looks clean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as, you know, when you're edging around it and
It'll start
Spin
turning
around.
green at the bottom. Doesn't it?
yeah.
All right, so in the interest
Right,
of
let's-
work, we're kind of way
Yeah,
over
we're
time.
way behind. We gotta get-
So we have elevation of materials, landscape, signs, furniture, and I guess we have building lighting. So I think, are we ready for some motions? The building lighting, they had the sconces. That could be wrapped in with the elevation of materials since it was simple.
We didn't talk about it, did we?
Yeah,
Yeah, we did, yeah.
The sconces?
we discussed it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I set forward a motion that we approve the elevation, the design of the elevations that have been presented today.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Owen, second by Ms. Palmer.
And that would include the lighting, materials, the colors, all that.
Correct.
Elevation, materials, and lighting.
We're in
any
discussion, right?
discussion?
For the, I mean, do we need to specify that there's not standing seam, it's flat, or is that your intent, is to do the flat? The flat, the awnings.
My preference would be the flat.
Do I need to specify that, or does that need to?
Yeah, I think we just captured in the minutes that the intention was the flat metal roofs as opposed versus standing seam.
I think that's in landscape.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-0, motion passes. All right, we have landscape and signs and furniture.
I would like to make a motion in regards to DRB 200033 that we approve the signage as presented in the package today. And a motion.
Second.
Second.
Oh, you can-
I'll take it.
All right, we'll give that to Ms. Palmer. So motion by Ms. Rocco, second by Ms. Palmer. Any discussion on the signage? No discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0. All right, that brings us to landscape.
I'd like to make a motion on DRB 20033 First Baptist of Alpharetta. Landscaping, we approve with the following conditions. The furnishings, including the pots on the pilasters, shall be submitted to staff for review. The sign poles labeled as poles in front shall be black. And the planters, street planters, shall be, I'm going to use some big words, elongated longitudinally to maximize the planting space for the street trees. End of motion.
A second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Mr. Owens. Any further discussion on the motion? No further discussion. All in favor, please. Oh,
When you said the pots, where did you say the location specifically for those ones?
Pilasters,
Pilasters, wonderful.
short columns.
got it.
Good.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0. And I think that was everything, right? Thank you all very much for your
Thank you very much.
patience and thank you. All right, let's take just like a 2-minute break to kind of get the chairman and vice chairman back. The next applicant is Gracious Homes. If you can come on up when they clear out and.
No, there's no breaks. We're going to make up time. The new boss is back. New boss.
Richard, you're way behind, man. You got to catch up.
There's a counter that showed up and you guys late.
All right, get,
Yeah.
You were still an hour, 15 minutes, 10 minutes over. 10. No, actually, you're scheduled for 50 or 40? 40, so you're 20, 25.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swing. Thank you, former chairman, Mr. Swing. No, we appreciate you stepping up for that application, so thank you. All right, our next applicant this morning is Gracious Home. You're here, ready to go. Good morning. If you'll introduce yourself, speak into the microphone, and give us an overview of what we've got today, please. Okay, good. Roger, if you'll walk us through the signage then, if you will, please.
We've got 4 signs that we've engineered and designed to go on this building. I'll try to go over here and walk through this.
Okay.
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yep.
Yes, we can. No, I think that's good.
We've got it in our package as well.
And you may need to take the portable microphone with you. Is there a portable one there? Is that available for Roger to use? Just so he doesn't have to, well, I guess if you can speak into that microphone, then, okay, do both. Very good.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we have 4 signs. The first sign is sign number 1, which is on the Cumming Street sign. It is a monument sign, and if you go down here, you will see the design of the sign and the size of that sign as well. And we've got the colors for those signs as well.
Do you have that color sample with you right now? All right, why don't you just have Shannon pass that around to the board members while you're talking. Perfect. Thank you.
This is the actual design of the sign. It's a sandblasted sign of wood with those colors. Sign number 1 is a monument sign that will be anchored on top of the foundation wall that supports the new patio
Yes, yes.
It's hung on a wrought iron, framing support, and, same kind of design. It's 30 inches long by 13 inches high. And those are the signs.
Okay.
A question. So the monument sign and the building sign, signs 1 and 2, are you putting the monument sign there to keep it out of harm's way? And I understand that, but isn't it, I'm just trying to figure, isn't it redundant to have it one sign so close to the next sign and they look basically the same?
Well, they wanted it to stand out down here on the, lower, patio. That's the reason that they wanted it anchored on that,
I mean, otherwise it'd be out near the street, right, if there wasn't all the bulldozing going on out there. Okay, so how's that mounted to the wall? I heard you say it's mounted, but how's that mounted to the wall? How's that wood sign mounted to the top of a masonry wall?
It's got brackets that anchor into the masonry and concrete foundation wall. And it'll be stubbed up about 4 inches high off of the top of the brick there on that wall. You can see it here.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a space between the bottom of the sign and the top of the wall?
Small, yes. About 4 inches high.
The discussion was around the monument sign being very close to that sign.
This one,
Yeah.
yes.
So if that sign went to the wall on the other side of the door,
Down here,
you would get more separation between those signs, perhaps.
It'd still be close.
It moved farther away from the highway.
But then it'll be farther away from the corners of the street.
But isn't that what a monument sign is? Is that the Highway 9 intersection? Or am I,
That's closer to the Highway 9.
my orientation getting?
Yes.
this is located right here, Cumming Street, and the intersection is right here, Cumming and North.
I think it's,
It faces Cumming Street, the Cumming Street, intersection right there, intersection.
What's the backside of that monument sign look like?
It's gonna be these colors right here.
I think where Pat is going is what is the, you're gonna see what it's mounted on, for instance, and we just wanna make sure it's not ugly looking and nice, and maybe that's something you can submit to staff, to Brett. He can take a look at it and make sure it's not, it's not too raw steel posts sticking up and a couple bolts that are, through there that make it look nice. So, okay, any other?
Was not anything in there on those signs that show that mounting?
No, I didn't see anything.
It just
No,
shows, it just shows the sign faces.
Just the same picture you have at the top of your board there.
Have you guys thought of maybe doing away with sign 1 and making sign 2 a little more extravagant or a little larger?
The problem we've got here is we're limited with space, in order to mount this sign above the building.
For what it's mounted on?
Yes, it's just not enough surface here. Because of these lights, these windows that are already there.
It lets them know there's a front door too.
Yeah, but it's just that one, you're hardly gonna see it, just seems like a waste of it.
Okay, all right. Then let's talk to us about what you're doing to the building itself. Any changes to the building?
The only thing that we're changing basically is, giving a new, facelift as far as paint.
Okay,
You've got the painting colors
Yep.
as well, or should have them.
yes, if those are the same, those are on that board that you passed around, yes, okay. All right,
As it currently is, it's like a dark olive color with black shutters and black trim. We're proposing that we're going to change it, all of the field colors to the color that you see there. It's a white. It's windspread, which is this color right here. All the
Brad, is this home on the significant historic building list for the city of Alpharetta?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Is the door just a stained wood?
I'm sorry.
The front door, like on the Cummings, right, is that like stained wood?
We're going to strip all the doors. Right now, they are heavily stained, dark color. We're gonna strip those and go back with a natural, stain on the doors.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it looks like your front door right there is red right now. Yeah.
Correct. All that's gonna be stripped.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right, let's talk about landscaping, please.
Basically, all of the existing landscape is gonna be pulled out and, removed. And we're going back with a lower, low maintenance, shrubs and, ground cover, okay? And the problem that we've got on, of course, North Main is that they're taking up just about everything we've got. So we've got, some low, boxwoods and so forth out there on that side. And then we've got, some, soil, sod that's going in on the Cumming side with some, planting. And, the same on the east side. We're adding some trees, a tree here, which will be a, 2.5 gallon, chrome cherry, and also we're adding one here, which is, maple, October maple, 2.5 caliber.
Okay. Yeah, DOT's doing a job right there along North Main Street on that landscaping, so.
We also will house, new irrigation in there. We'll be losing the existing irrigation system, so we'll be going back with a, new irrigation system there for the plants and the grass.
Okay, very good. So are you anticipating putting all the landscaping in at the same time, or are you going to wait for DOT to do their widening and things?
We hope, that's a good question, thank you, Mayor. We're hoping that we're gonna go ahead and get all of this in around here.
Okay,
This side right here,
just wait.
may not be able to do it until they have to come back after they do their work.
Okay,
So we're only got a limited
yeah, and I know yeah,
area on that side.
and I know they're going to do a right turn lane on Cumming Street too, so that may impact some of
Correct, yes.
what you're doing. Okay.
So Brad, they can get a permit subject to the DOT widening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you walk me through real quick the walls, the wall that's the monument sign sitting on, the materials for that, and the heights?
Yes. Might be better, I don't know if you can see it better on the picture or not. Do it up here. Let's go back, we'll put this back up.
I was looking for a little detail on that, and I didn't see.
There has to be on the building drawings, the details on the wall. We've got a 16-inch difference between the floor level and the ground out here on the side, on the Cumming side.
I don't see it.
right?
Do what?
It's existing.
Existing, yes. What we've got right now are steps, 2 steps coming down essentially out of the floor level. It's a 16-inch difference between the floor and the ground. So what we're doing is we're building foundation walls and extending the walkway right now. We're making it into a patio, which would be 16 inches high off of the grade, finished grade out here. So this will be a flat surface that's gonna be about 9 foot by 9 foot.
What's the material?
It's gonna be concrete right now, then with a border of brick around it.
What's that brick look like?
And, I'm sorry, what?
What's that brick look like?
We're matching the brick that is existing right now. It's just a running bond.
Okay, imagine the brick. And the cap?
The cap is going to be what you don't see is you're seeing concrete there, but it's brick. We got brick border around the top of it. Going from the patio and the ramp on both sides.
So the cap is brick as well?
It's all brick.
The rendering we show looks something like,
Maybe a cast stone or something.
like a cast or
stone, or cast stone or stone.
We don't have any detail on our packet. We just have a rendering.
It looks like they're trying to internalize the ramp.
Yeah. They've got a brick cap is what they're showing on the drawing right now. May I come up and just show you?
Certainly, yes, yeah.
Of course.
Come on. Brick wall cap.
Okay, yeah, we didn't see any of that stuff.
Yeah, we don't have any of that detail.
Well,
That's
that's,
good.
yeah, that's all on the drawings that's submitted right now for permit review.
That's a big footing.
That's not too big. 2 foot wide.
Gracious home signage for see, there's no spacing shown in that. Is that the monument sign, bottom one?
That's a wall. Monument sign, I don't think it's.
This bottom, that bottom, yes.
Yeah, there's not a spacing.
Okay.
And then if I read the landscape drawings correctly, you're internalizing a ramp into a portion of that wall system, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cut through.
So all I would say is when that footing goes in, you know, just because you've got plantings right up next to that wall, when that footing goes in, make sure it's
Deep enough.
so you can put stuff on top. That looks like it's about on the surface, that footing, and if it's 2 feet wide.
Now, it has to be a certain depth below the
Frost line.
fall line, okay, the frost line, and so it will be down.
No frost line here.
Sure there is. Well,
We don't
there
deal
is.
with a frost line.
Occasional frost.
But yeah,
I think it gets deeper the farther you go north.
it'll be below the ground,
Sure.
probably about 14 inches deep, and then you got 1 foot deep. Concrete footing by 2 foot wide.
Okay.
The wall system.
I think we're 18 inches. It'll be 18 inches. Okay, any other questions about that area? Okay. So it sounds like they've already turned in drawings for permitting on this, okay?
Brett, are there any threats of widening that sidewalk in front of them along Cumming Street?
Any threats?
I would assume, because DOT's doing the turn lane, so I would assume they're gonna get the
Is it 8 feet?
wider sidewalk there. It won't be what's on Highway 9, but
That's not what they show.
Well, the other side of Cumming Street, we're putting in an 8-foot sidewalk.
yeah, I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna be 8.
Oof.
I think their plans include,
Not the landscape plan, I'm
Not,
looking at.
no, it doesn't. It's about 3 feet wide.
it might include area for it maybe, though. And I was talking to him about making sure that he left area for the widening along Cumming Street.
Cumming Street.
Cumming Street.
Yes, sir.
So it's only right here where the turn lane's going, wider, but this is, looks like.
Well, that's what I'm asking Rhett is the stretch of sidewalk as it extends to
All the way
right, and whatever the
Yeah.
right is, I guess that'd be
to the
east.
Manning house.
Yeah,
All that's sidewalk.
But is it,
it's probably gonna get to be about an 8-foot wide sidewalk.
I think, I'm not sure, but I think it will match what they're doing right now.
I would clarify with staff
Yeah.
before you install any of
The
this
site
stuff,
level.
exactly what that sidewalk's gonna do, because I think you're gonna be shockingly surprised that you're gonna lose some landscape in front of the building to make room for
Well, I
a big
think
wide
there's
wall.
currently a construction easement in front of there, isn't there? So you wouldn't be doing work out there right now anyway?
Yeah, we will be doing this work, but, except for the sidewalk, this portion of the sidewalk that would connect to that sidewalk, yes.
Because I think the DOT will be doing the sidewalk out there
they're doing it, then they're gonna do whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna do whatever. I think that's the,
I'm just saying, before you go and put in the, all that,
Yeah, I would, yes.
a nice parterre garden in the front and all that.
You are correct, yes.
Okay,
We will try to get as much of this in
But-
as we can in order to open. Sure. But certainly, we know that we're gonna have to come back once DOT gets their work done and finish it.
well, and DOT is gonna get a construction easement even into some of that area, so I think you'd be prudent to hold off until,
We've talked to DOT representative about all of this happening on Main Street and Cummings Street.
okay,
So, yeah, we know that we're gonna have to hold off on
yeah,
those sides.
yeah, okay, very good. All right, last thing we've got is just show us the lighting. You've got some lighting you're gonna do on the building, the lighting plan. You'll just go take a, I know we had it in our package. Some building up lighting.
It's on a drawing from outside landscape company with showing yellow washes up on the building.
Sorry, I don't have that with me. I've got it on the email. What we've got is, we've got, you've got some, 22-inch, lights that will be to light the,
Kind of, okay,
Looks like that's actually in our packet, if that's the light.
yes, it is.
that's it.
Yeah,
We'll have two of these, one on the end of the ramp down here and one up here where the ramp begins. So it will stand up, so you light the pathway of the ramp down. And then we've got, out front here, we've got, uplighting. That you see there,
okay,
it's the LED. That are the wall wash lights.
okay,
Okay, and you've got the same around on the main entrance, this is the main entrance side of the, building. You've got those, I think we've got 3 of those on this side, and we've got 3 of those on this side, and we've got 4 scheduled for this side on Main Street, whenever we can put those in.
okay.
Looks like you have some,
And-
wall mounted lights, lanterns maybe.
Yes, they are, on this side and this side here. They're just a lantern type black. That's what's on there now.
Are you just keeping the original?
We're going to upgrade them to a newer model, but same design, same kind of design. Yes, ma'am.
And you also show, or in the pictures, there's I guess, a gooseneck, light on the coming. There's that shine down on that door, the red door, or maybe they're all red doors.
Yes.
Is that staying? If you look at like the actual picture,
That would be here,
yes.
that's going to be removed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Roger, for that presentation.
So none of the signs will have light on them except for the monument?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make the motion that regarding the painting colors on the exterior, that we approve as presented today, the doors stripped to a natural stain. The shutters be the SWS 7020, and the trim side is the wind's breath in the motion. That's for the building owner.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210027 Grace's Home, regarding the signage, I make the motion we approve the building and monument signs as presented today using the 4026 gold Pantone for the letters and border and the 2182 blue Pantone for the background in the motion.
Okay.
Quick comment on
Motion,
the monuments.
motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Ms. Rocco. Okay.
Sorry.
Comments, questions? Yes.
There was talk about having staff review how that is actually going to be installed or mounted to that wall, to make sure there's not some goofy bracketing or strange stuff going on.
Yeah, we're gonna submit something.
Does that need to be, are you good with that?
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
For the bracket, the actual design of the bracket.
For the hanging bracket you're talking about?
The hanging bracket,
Okay.
because it just says, has been hand hammered, wrought iron clearance. I'm assuming this is what it's going to look like. But this-
That's only, what you're talking about there is only for the sign.
It's on,
Correct, but is this exactly what the bracket's gonna look like? Is this what you're proposing?
Pretty much so, yes, ma'am.
okay. All right, any other questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so we still have lighting and landscaping to do. Okay.
I'll make a motion regarding DRB 210027 Gracious Home. We approve the landscaping and the lighting as submitted today.
Second.
And a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Corkle and a very quick second by Mr. Owens. All right.
And just to clarify, since
Any-
the lanterns were not specifically mentioned, that he's referring to lanterns that are similar to what is currently there, just upgraded in black. Those are not mentioned in the packet.
Okay, that was discussed, so,
We're sure of what they're supposed to look like.
okay.
I'm sorry, you said you wanted me to send them to you?
No, 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 I just want to
Make-
clarify because they're not mentioned in the packet, but that's what the intent is.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Very good. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it. All right.
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
Need to submit, design on the mounting brackets for the monument signs?
Yes, submit that to,
Just get the sign company to send me that detail.
very good. All right. Yes, and the lanterns. That's correct. Good, good. All right, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, next up is going to be Warm Waves Coffee. You're here. Come on down, please. All right. Good morning. Welcome. So if you'll, let's see, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and then if you can give us an overview of what we have in our packet, please.
Okay, can I connect this to the?
Sure.
Yes, yes.
But it should be right there, laying on the, yep. The HDMI.
No, USB-C.
We don't have a C down there, unfortunately. We tried to find one this morning, but, is it what the packet or additional information?
I don't think I have mine either.
Packet, and I'll put that here as well.
What do you need? Will this one work? I don't know, see if that's mine,
So that's where it went.
that's my go-to. Okay, all right. It's my backup plan, but sometimes, yeah, you never know.
I don't know, but
All right. Actually, let's see, I don't know. This one. Get hooked, yeah. Okay, all right.
So I'm here just to present for our signs. And currently it's a little limited because of the project that we're in on Main Street for the street signs at that point. But we've got a couple of signs, we've got 2 building signs, and then we're going to attach a sign to the flatlands right now. We have to share that sign that you're looking at. And the owner of the property has moved that sign out of the way for the easement, so believe once they're done, we're gonna be able to move the sign back out further, is what I understand.
Okay.
And then Church Street is just additional, there's a shared parking lot for all the Southern Porch, flatlands, and our facilities, so those signs are, that monument sign is existing too, we're just attaching onto that on the back. And then we have a hanging sign on the back,
The hanging signs, are they lit?
Okay.
sign material is just gonna be high density, urethane board. And our intent was just to really match what is on Church Street and the existing flatland sign that's in front of our building right now.
Okay. And you have some actual paint color samples with you, if you can share those with us?
Not very full, unprepared with that one.
Oh, okay.
So I took the Pantone colors and tried to get matches, and I don't know, I just got some resistance at Lowe's. They said they couldn't match them exactly. So we tried it.
So that's your paint stir that's your sample. Okay. All right. That's better than nothing. Yeah, that's better than nothing. No, I think we know what that is. I just get a little closer look at the colors.
And again, they were having an issue matching the Pantone color and the CMYK. They said it was digital. So I haven't chosen a sign manufacturer yet. I'm down to 2 people, and
Okay.
I guess this brown one that's on the screen, everybody's gonna like know the pattern. How low does that go?
on the back,
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's like, I think it's over 7 foot from the ramp, yeah.
It needs to be at least 6'8", the clearance.
Well mounted? What's that?
Well mounted, yeah.
Some kid jump up and.
You gotta touch it on your way out.
It's good.
I'm a little confused, it's not a big deal, but on your picture, on the monument sign facing Highway 9, Flatlands is on the top, but then on your, where is it? Proposed, it shows Flatlands on the bottom.
Wait.
Sneaking that in.
It really doesn't matter.
He's getting top billing.
Well,
This is the Highway 9 sign.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, so currently Flatlands is the only sign on there.
Right, but my point was, in the picture shows Flatlands is currently on top.
Yeah, the
Keep going back. Right
Oh,
there.
right.
See?
Yeah,
I mean,
and the
it's
old
not a big
sign
deal
is
to
on
me.
the flat.
in the old, well, my pitch to the landlord is our building is sitting on Main Street, Flatlands is behind us, so we think it makes sense that our sign would go above it and their sign just drops.
Yeah, I
down.
mean, it doesn't matter to us, it's just trying to figure out what it works
Yeah.
at this point. You
Yeah,
get it?
that first picture is just an existing picture of the property there.
It does look a little funny to me with the curved sign on the bottom.
Yes, it does.
Square sign on the top.
Yeah, well, yeah, Flatlands will look better on the top.
I think it's.
Or do you curve the warm wave sign?
We looked at that, which, I mean, I had drawings for that done. What my hope is, once the project's done on Main Street, is that we're gonna have a better solution for a sign that we'll resubmit for.
Okay.
something that looks nicer than.
Okay.
Two posts with Flatlands and us up there, maybe they're side by side, we can do something a little more low profile.
Okay.
Because that sign really, I mean, when you pull sidewalk walking up to our front, and it's blocking the view of the front door too, so.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's going to depend on what happens with DOT and what's left after they leave, so to speak, so. Okay.
This is sort of off the subject of signs, but in the pictures, it looks like the building needs a power wash.
The landlord's doing it next week.
Okay.
Good.
Washed the roof a couple weeks ago, he's gonna power wash the outside of the building.
Is that the attics?
And the
The attics.
awnings are staying, you're not upgrading, right, awnings, or you're using the existing awnings?
No, we're gonna remove the awnings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of good.
Any other exterior changes other than removing the awning?
Larry's just painting up the trim and soffit, just refreshing that, replacing the rock wood.
Same color?
I believe I don't know if it's gonna be the exact, right now it's like a dark gray, so he's asked us if we wanna reuse the same color, and we presented another gray to him yesterday, so.
I guess if it's exact, we don't need to see it and approve it. If it's not exact, then we're going to have to see what he's doing.
Okay.
So, I mean, if it's a maintenance thing, we don't get into that. But if you're changing the color scheme, yes, we'll need to look at that. Larry, he knows that. He's on the planning commission, right?
But you're just removing the awnings, not replacing them.
Yeah, remove it.
That would be what, yeah, isn't it kind of?
Makes it open up.
This is a nice, I mean, it's a pretty house.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting a lot of money on the inside, so.
I know, I drive by there, I see the door open, I want to like peek in, but I don't.
So I was wondering if you're removing the awnings, there's attachments or holes or something in the building, so the guy's gonna come in and patch them and try to match.
Yes, I asked Larry yesterday, make sure, there's also a couple other screwed, like, I don't know what they were from, previous sign, I think, over the front door, same type of thing, so I just asked him when he's power washing to pull those out and make it look nice.
So yeah, you can see them.
What is your projected month to open?
We're hoping into June.
Good. Okay.
We're moving pretty quick now on the inside, we just got the drywall up, we're painting Monday, so. Much else has to, we're finalizing floors inside, and then, start moving in equipment for the bar.
Okay, very good.
The same sconces by the door and everything, is that all staying the same?
Yes, currently, yeah. I think Larry's pressure washing the front patio currently, and he said he's gonna put mulch down to cover that gravel that's out there, just to give it a little refresh until they're done there, because, we don't know exactly how far they're into our space they're gonna get.
Yep.
So they do it quick.
This is just the sign, correct?
We got signage, and then they're removing the awnings on the building, but that's it.
Do we need to approve that sign? You wanna make a
We,
motion?
yeah, you can. Mhm.
I'd like to make a motion in regards to DRB 210024, that we approve the signage as presented today with these colors, and approve the awnings being removed, as well as fresh coffee daily delivered.
I can do that.
We will put that in the motion. We're excited you're coming to town.
Maybe a DRB drive-through lane or something like that? Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Rocco. I heard a second by Ms. Palmer. Any further comments or questions? I do like the coffee delivery. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, just kidding. All right. Any further comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Very good, okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
I appreciate it, Kenny. Okay. Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
All right, next up, speaking of coffee, next up is Starbucks. Are you here? Come on down, please. All right, we have Starbucks. You're able to get hooked up then? Oh. Oh. No, it didn't work for the first one, so.
I'll just put it up there. And, well, in that,
Monument.
circular truck.
Okay, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and please review our packet today.
Starbucks, Kingsbridge Road, straightforward, set of reverse channel letters and a perpendicular mounted sign.
Okay? Yes, we have, there is a monument sign as well.
Insert panel here.
Yeah, that was my other, we're only doing just 10 panel.
Okay. All right.
And then, I showed them this bracket that you showed as an option.
Right.
For the, side.
Yeah, they originally wanted to do a fairly straightforward, non-elaborate bracket. Brooke suggested you might like something a little more elaborate, so this was their backup plan.
Okay, very good. So what we're seeing on the monitor then is what you're proposing. All right? A little bit more decorative. I like it. Okay. So we have, how many, let's see, how many building signs do we have? Two, all right. And I assume the green is the Starbucks green. There, okay.
I do have a BMS number, and a BMS number if you'd like to see it.
Well, I think we've.
I'm sure everyone's seen Starbucks. Then the other color are white and black.
Okay, very good. All right, any other comments or questions about?
Jim, the building sign came on that, right? So it's,
Yes, the letters on the building are Halo letters.
all right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210029, Starbucks, motion to approve signage as presented today with the clarification of the decorative bracket for the hanging sign.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Brown. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Darrell, thank you for your time this morning. Okay. All right. Next up is, let's see, 6360 North Point Parkway. Come on down or come on up, please. Okay, that was a quick one. All right. All right, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you.
Good, all right, if you make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself and then give us an overview of what we have in our pack today, please.
My name's Ridley Haley. I'm a landscape architect for this project. The property is managed by Colliers Real Estate. It was the Fuddruckers over by North Point Parkway, and they are in between tenants right now. At this first phase, they're trying to, or they just want to re-landscape the property now. They have future plans after a tenant's chosen to remodel the building and make other improvements.
Okay, very good.
But as far as just making the site more presentable, they wanted to go ahead and get the landscape.
Okay. One of the questions we had in our workshop this morning was the width of the sidewalk that's being proposed along North Point Parkway. And we couldn't see that or verify that on the drawings that you submitted. So do you have any?
When we originally had our Zoom meeting, the plans that I had shown did have the sidewalk along North Point Parkway.
And that's what we're looking at, is this, it looks like a sidewalk's been removed, so we don't know, because what's being, the guidelines are requiring an 8-foot wide sidewalk. So how does that impact, does that impact your landscape plan along North Point?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
When we had our Zoom call, we determined that in order to get the landscaping done as quickly as possible, we'd leave the sidewalk out of the scope for now and proceed with the landscaping permit only. The sidewalk to be.
I don't think that was the case. I don't remember that as the case. We can't let you do a North Point design without doing the design. So if they don't want to do a sidewalk, then they're not going to be able to do anything other than clean up what they have.
Okay.
If they want to do the sidewalk, which is what was weird, and I sent back a couple emails, but they never responded to me either about what's going on with the sidewalk. I figured it was a layer that just got left off on the drawing, but you're confirming that, no, they don't want to do the sidewalk at all.
They had decided that in order to avoid needing to go through the process of land disturbance and green infrastructure that would be required if the sidewalk was installed, that they wanted to just focus on getting the landscape squared away around the parking lot, getting the screening done.
So are they removing any of the street trees? Is that part of the plan to remove the street trees, or they're leaving the street trees as is?
They're removing street trees.
That would be part of the plan. It's something they'd like to do. Some of the trees are rated as poor from the arborist. And on the other sheet, if y'all can pull up the arborist report, hopefully it's on there.
Well, I think we just need to stop. It's unfortunate that you came all this way, but without a sidewalk out there, we're not going to let them remove the trees. It's got to be all
Even if
together.
they're DDH trees, one of them's planted on top of a storm sewer, you still can't take the trees out?
Been there for years, so currently, it just needs to stay.
Would it be possible to leave the street trees along North Point Parkway and proceed with the rest of the landscape around the parking lot?
If you can do the rest of it and leave all the street trees as is, just knowing that you're going to have to redo it when they do the building. If they do anything with the building, they're going to have to redo that streetscape as well.
Yeah, and they intend on doing that. They just wanted to separate the lands, and right now it doesn't look good from any angle, and they wanted to get done what they could with the landscape without going through the LDP process.
I think we would be okay with no tree removal and adding the bushes and different things if the board's okay with the design of that.
Okay.
For now.
Well,
As
then,
long as we're not doing any tree removal. The tree removal is what would trigger the requirement of the sidewalk and stuff like that.
would tree removal in the landscape islands inside the parking lot be okay?
Yes, I would be okay with that, I think.
So if they're not doing the street trees, they don't have to deal with the sidewalk, is that what you're saying?
You gotta leave
Not right
everything.
now, right?
Yeah.
The building, they're gonna have to deal with it, yeah.
Well, if they leave the building where it is and don't touch the building, when a tenant comes in, then they don't have to do anything to the street trees. Is that? Okay.
So we could still be out the sidewalk, but at that point, we've not really, we've only enhanced it other than the sidewalk, we've enhanced the landscaping, so I think we'd be okay with that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna guess that there's gonna be some maneuvering of the building or, something for a new person that's gonna require the streetscape.
Okay. Well, it's been vacant for quite a while.
Yeah, and the street trees are the problem, I think, that we all know is part of the problem out there with some of those buildings. So I'm sure that the next tenant's gonna want the street trees to go, and then put that sidewalk in and stuff.
Okay.
So are you guys comfortable looking at
So where is the dividing line then of what they can do and what they can't do on this drawing that we're? Is it like the parking lot?
Yeah, this parking lot edge.
So that's the stay
Anything they
away.
wanna add, I would say they could do. If they wanna remove, unless it's a bad tree in one of these islands, you know.
As a
they're gonna
maintenance.
remove and replace, I
Okay.
think that'd be a.
Brett, can you go to the slide right before, or the sheet right before this? Because that's the one of the,
This one?
no,
It's one after.
is it after?
There it is.
Oh, there you go. So there's the trees they want to take out. There's just like 7 maples up on the corner. I don't know what streets where. Where's North Point?
This would be,
That's North Point there.
this would be North Point.
And what's that to the left? Is an entry drive?
Yeah,
That's Outback. Outback Steakhouse right there.
Okay. So that shows 7,
Yep.
I think they're maples out there. What are those out there?
Three are maples and 4 are cherries.
Okay.
So they would have to leave all that.
So on their drawing, they're showing those coming out and then 2 nuddle oaks going in.
Well, if they're going to proceed with the landscape plan, they can't touch those right now.
Right, so I'm trying to filter through what's gonna happen, what's not gonna happen.
The parking lot curb line is the demarcation.
So nothing's going on past the curb line.
That's Brett's interpretation of where the,
So do you wanna review what's just going internal to the parking lot? Or do you wanna review?
well,
Yeah, I'd say.
does your client want to proceed with this, knowing that they're only going to get, a partial landscape plan, rather than the whole thing?
I ultimately need to check with her, but I would assume that yes, you at least want to get the perimeter done and the trees on these parking lot aisles taken out. Those are sort of overgrown foster hollies that have been topped, not really providing any kind of canopy, so we would still like to do a.
So it looks like you're removing all of the parking island trees?
Yes.
Okay. And you're replacing them not in the islands though? Well, this one's not.
Yes,
Two of them have light poles in
small and not necessarily conducive to roof growth. And we thought that bringing it back would still achieve what we wanted as far as getting canopy over the asphalt.
We'll talk to the arborist about that. He's probably gonna want them just to lose a parking space
Okay.
and expand that to be able to get that tree in that island. Or maybe reconfigure along that side. We can talk to the arborist.
Because that island has to be a certain square footage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 200 square feet, so.
Okay.
In a previous project with this same client, there was a mattress firm or a mattress store, and that was, I think, in 2018, but they did allow, or Alpharetta did allow the re-landscaping of the frontage and replanting of the trees, and it showed the outline of the future sidewalk, but they didn't necessarily permit the sidewalk at that time, but they made space for it, showed how the new landscape will work, and proceeded that way. Would that be a possibility with this project?
Not anymore. That
It's
North
changed
Point
since
thing's
then.
code now.
Okay, just so I can relay that information.
Yeah, it's code now, it was guideline back then, I know which project you're talking about, it was guideline then, so now that it's code, we can't do that.
Well, I would like to at least, I can ask my client, but if we could proceed with the border of landscape across the top of the sheet, could we at least get the go-ahead on that, and if she decides to maybe take the extra steps to.
Yeah, I think we could do all of this border planting and the interior trees with the border,
But not the trees in the border planting.
not the trees out in the, yeah, not these two.
Okay.
Are there any other items to discuss regarding what we can approve?
I've got one other question.
Please.
The ordinance requires that new plantings along the perimeter are 24 inches tall. We'd like to plant dwarf plants that'll be easier to maintain over time.
he'll let you, but a big question for him.
Ridley, do you have irrigation?
There's existing irrigation on the side.
Does it work?
Probably not turned on.
So I'm gonna assume that it doesn't work, so I'm wondering if your client is gonna spend the money to get the existing irrigation working, because you can plant all day long under those oaks and maples out there, and unless there's irrigation, you and I both know that all those trees are just gonna sap the energy right out of those plants and they're gone. And then any tree plantings you do, you either have to drip them, but we're talking parking lot, you either have to drip them or water bag them. So that's another issue there as well. So I'm just wondering if your client knows that they need to get that irrigation up and going.
I can check. Irrigation is a requirement, is it not, for a?
Well, if they don't, they're gonna lose their place.
Well, if it doesn't, I mean, they're wasting their money if they plant out that perimeter planting, and then it's just gonna get, if it's not watered, then it's just gonna go away. That's reality.
Yeah, I understand. Correct, but isn't it required, that would be an understanding that she has, that understanding that a project like this requires a working irrigation system, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
I would.
Yeah, I can include that.
If you're spending all that money on planting, then you just wanna make sure that it's gonna survive. So, okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and present what we've got going in the parking lot and the perimeter, I suppose.
Okay, well, the islands are basically replacing one tree for each one we're taking out. And then, the landscape around the signage is, just sort of hodgepodge, and we'd like to replace that with a low ground cover, and help with visibility and just clean up the area. The rest of the landscape is simply a double row of 24-inch shrubs. There's some breaks in it to help with maintenance and people who might be cutting across. And then some additional trees in there to fulfill the minimum spacing between the trees around the parking lot.
So, do you have a theme here as far as the plantings, either in the parking lot, the trees, or the shrubs on the perimeter?
We try to use as many native plants as we could. But other than that, just trying to keep it as simple as possible and provide appropriate screening around the parking lot. But there's not a particular theme.
And, I mean, my comment is this, and I don't know any other way to put it, but just the trees alone, the planting, you've got a black gum, you've got an elm, you've got a maple, and then you've got a maple, and then you've got a hornbeam, and then you've got another black gum. I'm trying to figure out if there's a theme to it. It reads like a hodgepodge. And then the plantings along the street, North Point, you've got a group of this and a group of that, and then another group, and then another group. Then you get out to the monument sign, and it's 3 other different groups entirely. I'm trying to figure out if there's a theme to it, where's the balance around the sign, that kind of thing. So,
Well, we figured variety was probably something you'll prefer. So I guess one species can make up more than 25% of the total plant list. So we, by necessity, had to have that many different varieties. And just as landscape architects, we tend to, in a parking lot, mix them up a little bit as opposed to putting all of trees of one kind in one corner and all of another kind in another corner.
right.
But the variety was intentional and,
I'm just not getting it. And with along North Point, you've got oaks that are out there. And then I'm just trying to figure out if it's a theme, a streetscape theme of shrubs underneath it, and I'm not getting that either. And do you have any comments, Richard?
No, I see they're following as, in terms of theme, they're following that theme with the oaks along North Point.
But we're not talking about those.
Yeah, I get your point. Here and there, you've got a different tree on the interior. I do like the selection. It's, we don't see enough black gum used the way you're using it here. You could go with more, perhaps go with more black gum
Sorry to interrupt, but if we have more of one variety, we don't meet then that one particular tree is gonna make up too much of the total percentage of trees.
Well, how many trees you got?
Well, can you count the oaks, can you count your oaks on the street as a part of that total?
Yes, they would.
So how many new trees do you have? And where I'm going with this is just the two islands that are in front of the building. There's a hornbeam that grows, an American hornbeam that grows in a columnar fashion. And then the next island up, you've got a trident maple, which is a shorter, squattier tree. And one has color in the fall, one does. I'm just trying to figure out where you can group things to where it's thematically balanced and where it just makes sense.
Yeah, we'd be happy to group the trees into groups. The American hornbeam is different. I think you might be thinking about a European hornbeam, which is a vestigiate columnar tree. The American hornbeam is a native tree that does have more of a growth habit of a trident maple.
It's good to see that tree here, because we've got too many of the columnar that just don't offer enough
For variety?
dignity in the canopy.
Okay.
You think it's something like a native flame, something like that?
That's a variety of hornbeam.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna make a motion.
Do those islands have to be 200 square feet now, that they're replanting them? No, they can leave them as is? Okay.
If they do any land disturbance and reconfigure or anything like that, then they'll have to come up, but.
Well, it would be in the best interest of the long-term character of the project to create those.
Yeah.
I realize you're losing a car, but it'd be worth it.
So, all right, I'll make a motion. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210026, which is 6360 North Point Parkway, we defer the landscape as submitted, and based on comments regarding the theme behind the trees and plantings and the variety of plantings, and that the applicant return to the client regarding all the periphery work, such as the sidewalk, tree removals, and a motion. That make sense?
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Ms. Palmer. All right, now we can discuss.
Brett,
So-
staff hasn't reviewed any of this, right? David hasn't reviewed this, because he won't look at it till we're done, right?
Right. Brian and I did, but not David hasn't. To my knowledge, is David Shostak, was he in there? He wasn't in there. Just you, me, and Brian, I think.
Well, I think that the motion is to defer.
Correct.
So you came up with some reasons why, but it's just to defer. So I think that we've got the big question about North Point Parkway and the sidewalk and all that, what's happening there, irrigation. It's like if the irrigation system had been working all along, maybe we wouldn't have had some of these issues that we have now, for instance. Or are they putting new irrigation in?
North Point's some overtreed anyway.
So, okay. Yeah, okay. Motion is to defer this application, so. All right, any other comments or questions about the motion?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some complicating factors here, but I think at the end of the day, if you can do this, I think it's just gonna be an enhancement to the area. I mean, personally, I'd like to see it happen.
Absolutely.
We're just missing some information, I think, on how we would address some of these things.
Okay,
Can I ask just a few questions for clarification?
certainly.
For irrigation, what do you need, somebody to check the system and have some written proof that the system's working?
Your trees, you have to irrigate one way or the other, whether it's bags or drip or bubbler. No matter what, you city's not gonna look at irrigation. I'm just saying, if I own this building and I was putting this landscape in, and I'm spending all this money on 7-gallon plants and the rest of it, I'm gonna make very well sure that the irrigation works. And that's gonna be my advice to my client, or they're wasting their money, because all those trees are just gonna sap everything right out of it.
So include information on the plan that says irrigation to be repaired.
David Shostak will go with irrigation of the trees with you. I'm just, my general question was, is there irrigation out there and is it working? And I just did an Ethan Allen project on North Point, and I just made sure the client knew that irrigation needs to go, or they're wasting their money.
So as far as the next time I'm coming here for this review board, what do I need to show y'all for irrigation? The system works? Do I need to prove that?
I think we,
That it is working?
Just assert that it does.
we just take your word for it. Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah, we don't look at the irrigation. That was just a
It seems
general
like that
question.
was one of the reasons why it was being deferred. I just want to be sure that
Well, you're not sure it's working right now, correct?
I can't say.
Right, so if you just check that it's working and let us know, that's.
Well, but to be clear, if that was the only thing, we would just condition the motion on that the
Absolutely.
irrigation will be working, right? So that's not the key point here. I think it's the tree, the tree plan, as Pat was talking about. I think you've got one island that's an issue, right?
I'm just trying to figure out thematically what's going on, where it goes from maples to a black gum to, there's just, to me, again, it's a hodgepodge of trees all over the place that thematically just doesn't make any sense.
So you prefer to see them in groupings, all the maples in one part of the property, all the oaks in one part of the property?
Well, here's a for instance. You've got the great selection of the American hornbeam on that east end of that parking row, and then on the other end, you've got a trident maple. So that's a place where you could put 2 hornbeam, something like that.
If they'll grow in that type of soil conditions in their parking lot. Trident maple, you know will.
And then, so I need to determine on our end if the sidewalk, if they want to do the sidewalk now and the trees, and if not, come back with a plan that has a simplified landscape between the existing trees and the parking lot, so the top level.
That's it.
And then
Yes.
the remaining
Maybe the plan
trees.
indicate that part outside the work will be, if you're not doing it now, that's
Future maybe.
a future phase 2, whatever you want to do, just so that we know.
Okay, and then.
Unless you're gonna do it, then it's.
Well, they also talk about, once they get a new tenant, they may do foundation planting around the base of the building too, so that's gotta be considered as well.
They do have to talk to David about that island tree that they weren't replacing.
Yep.
What to do with that.
Yep, we'll figure that one out.
Should I follow up with Shostak on that?
Yep.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about the motion? And the motion is to defer the application. So, all right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right, Ridley, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it. All right.
Next step is to come back here with a new plan.
Yes, yep. All right, next applicant is NLB Services. Are they here? Anybody here for NLB Services? I guess not then. Okay.
I think we need to review it. That was
Review it. That was-
Another painted building.
another painted building. It's a client that had a severe, language barrier. So he may not have got I sent him the same email, but he may not have reviewed it, so he needs to come and present it.
So can you tell us what they're wanting to do then?
Yep, so this is his building. And he wants to paint it exactly like this one, which is right next door.
Same color.
Same color.
It looks
Black
like
roof, it's kind of a creamy white. It's not white like the front building, it's kind of a creamy white. This building looks a lot better than the one at the front.
And the elevations are pretty similar too.
Yeah, the elevations are very similar.
Almost
They got
mirrors
that-
of each other, right?
Match better.
They got that rounded thing there. He's gonna paint the roof. I think he needs to paint all the mullions,
I agree. It's,
make them black.
well, he's got to. If he's matching the,
Give us 2
Do those match that other building?
They match the other building.
Not the Mark Spain building, but the one in the back?
That one is right beside it. It's Dover white and a custom color.
What's your house?
Looks black. Yours is Dover?
On the inside.
It's a little creamier from white.
I would like to make a recommendation that they clean up and fix the dumpster area for that building. Have you seen it? I did. I took a picture of it. It looks nasty.
Are they gonna paint that dumpster?
The dumpster is it looks like a chain link fence with the, it's on the back. Let's see, wait, where are you? All right, if you keep on going to the back of the building, then turn right, it's back down in there, yeah. Looks like people have been dumping furniture and trash, and it's a chain link fence gate with plastic slats vertically inserted into the,
So we're gonna paint it the same as the building?
Ooh, that looks bad.
yes.
Who's in charge of that? How many buildings are in this thing?
There's 6.
So we're gonna have
Well, paint the
two white ones, one red.
paint the gates black,
Replace,
or replace the gates.
replace the gates.
Are they individually owned, the buildings?
Looks like a tree fell on one side.
Does that dumpster serve all of the thing?
No,
or just?
I think
What's the outside?
it's probably just that.
Well, it was brick. It's the brick color.
It is the brick
Yeah, it's
color.
brick on the outside.
And that one, that y'all used to be in from white for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, for a long,
So
like,
they could leave
right
that
after
brick and
actually
just
y'all
paint the
moved out.
doors.
Or fix, yeah,
Yeah.
replace the doors.
I was
It's in
thinking
the
that
back,
was
so
one
it's,
we talked about. Oops. I could've sworn it was on the opposite.
So,
Okay.
what do y'all think?
I'm fine with it. I mean, I was
I guess we
thinking
have-
for the other one.
Paint it to match this?
so now there's another building right next door to it, 15 feet away, that's brick.
So you know what's gonna
And
happen.
So where I'm at with this is what we're used to seeing, or I'm used to seeing is 4 sides presented, what's where, this sort of thing, and I'm looking at a single photo and 2 pieces of cardboard with some paint on it. And I'm not comfortable with that, because that has not gotten the same attention to review as we've given other
Well,
applications of in the same manner.
we have the applicant give 4 elevations to Brett to make sure Brett can review it, to make sure it's being painted properly in the right colors.
I mean, I told him he didn't need to spend the money to have renderings done of all 4 sides. You know, so I'm comfortable with it, and we're just gonna say that it's 2 colors, these 2 colors right here,
Around the entire building.
the entire building.
And the roof too?
And the roof.
Roof too, yeah, he wants to
I
paint the
mean,
roof
we've
too.
already approved this one. so
New
we'll
roof?
No, it's being painted. It's a standing seam.
Mullions, gutters, downspouts,
Identical to the other building.
yeah. Identical to the other building.
That's the clarification.
I mean, here's I took a picture of the other building too, so.
Yeah, and he told me that's what he wants to do. He wants to make it match.
That's the other building that's right next door.
They're like twins of each other anyway, right?
They almost are, yeah.
The elevations of the buildings.
No. No. You gotta look really hard and know where.
How
Yeah.
do we need to close up
Do you know,
this item?
the other building dumpster, is it painted or anything, you know? Not?
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding NLB Services, DRB 210023, motion to approve the paint colors as submitted today with the clarification that the building will be painted identical to the adjacent building. And the condition that the applicant replace the dumpster doors and paint them black. In the motion.
A second.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Schwing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about the
Talk
motion?
about mullion, or is the other building
Yes. Yes, and so are the
I was gonna go through all that, but I thought since the other building already has it, then,
downspouts,
yeah.
the gutters.
The mullions, the doors, the gutters, the downspouts, black,
Okay.
just like the adjacent building.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, very good.
1 second before you go to, are you guys, what's,
Windward.
you're for Windward, okay, great.
Okay, we are going to take a recess until, we're supposed to go to 12:15. It may be a few minutes after that, so bear with us, but we'll be back in a little bit. All right. I gotta get the blood going.
Any way we can get the council to give us vibrating chairs?
Okay, let's end our recess this afternoon and get going again with our next applicant. And our next applicant is Windward Promenade. You are here. Looks like you're getting hooked up. All right. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone and introduce yourself, and then if you'll go do a review of our packet today, please. Yeah, you can use the microphone right there if you want. There you go. Uh-oh, is it on, Brett?
Sound like it.
There you go.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Chris Nardone. I'm with CNNA Architects out of Atlanta. Thank you for having us here today. Anita Ford is with Riverwood Properties, the owner and management of the property. Since its inception, they developed it as well as managed it the whole time. So we're basically here to get approval to repaint the facility. And, you know, I'm sure you're all familiar with the building. It's been there over 20 years. There's been a lot of the growth of the vegetation along the road has kind of concealed the buildings to some extent. And we just feel like it wants a little bit of a refreshing. There's a couple things that go along with that for the management of those centers is tenants always like to know that their property owners are still interested in keeping the property up to date and up to speed. So doing stuff like this really kind of helps solidify that relationship. It also is a little bit of free advertising to some extent. You know, if you drive by a building every day for 15 years, it kind of tends to just disappear and you forget about it. And if you go through a renovation process that is visible and people can see, they pay attention to it and they may recognize a tenant in there that they've never seen before. And I'm driving down the road, oh, I didn't know that person was in there. So there's multiple reasons besides just the fact that it needs to be painted, a lot of it. So that's what really, you know, was the impetus of the whole thing. So, you know, how do you attack the buildings? It's let me go to the next page. It's 3 separate buildings. Oh, I went the wrong way. That are all pulled up pretty close to Highway 9 with the parking in the back. So we have a driveway between 2 of the buildings and a pedestrian walkway between the other 2. 2-story building on the northern side, I guess. Existing conditions, I think you all, like I said, are pretty familiar with this, and we took shots of all the buildings. One of the areas that we're certainly looking at is on the backs of the buildings, what used to be painted in a burgundy color to try and represent the brick. So we're trying to get the brick arcade image on the back of the building and tie around with the brick arcades on the front. And then...
I'm sorry, Chris, so on that rear elevation, you're saying the arcade, what looks to be kind of the maroonish.
I don't know if you can see the cursor or not, but...
Right, we can.
Those things there are painted CMU.
So that's concrete block, like a smooth face concrete block that's been painted, okay.
Right.
But that's on the rear of the building.
Correct. So in the front is where most of the brickwork detail is, and it wraps around the side, typically like most buildings a little bit. Then it kind of transitions to some lesser materials. And those CMU infills right now are really kind of fading away and need to be addressed. also along over the years, when you have tenants coming in and out, signage comes down, people patch and repair. We're finding now we're getting bird holes. Birds are pecking holes in the ephes, so they got some repairs they got to do for that. And you can see where people have tried to match the paint, but it's a little bit off here, it's a little bit off there. So coming back and giving it one clean, refreshing coat is desired. So I think in the narrative, we talked about it wanting to be light and bright and fresh, et cetera. And we recognize there's a lot of buildings around that are kind of have either gone through this process and have been painted like what's around this building, as well as some other shops that are just south of this facility. But I think the one thing that we're looking at that's slightly different is we may be in a gray tone desire to paint, but we're really not white and black. So we're not trying to make the whole thing totally uniform, but to still break it up with some tones of gray that, well, I guess when I get to I should go to the elevations and talk about that a little bit. And so the two-story building is pretty straightforward. And I guess I'm gonna skip to the back real quick. Let's just go do it this way. So looking at this building here, it's the one in the middle. And on the front of the building, if you can see we're proposing a light off-white cornice and off-white trim with a medium gray signage band, then to a lighter gray tone for the brick tower element, and then back to the medium gray. And in addition, we would like a dark gray base. I call them booties on the column, but the base of the columns.
Chris, you're talking about those. Can you hold up, you have color samples of what you're talking about? Pass this. Okay, thank you. Why don't you just start on the end down there with Katie?
Thank you. Do you happen to have a color of what the current brick is?
Yeah.
No, that's, yes.
That would
That's,
be helpful too, probably to pass.
Yes, it's a dated maroon brick, which is one of the reasons why we are interested in painting it. It's kind of a tough color to match or to coordinate with.
why don't you Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt. Why don't you take us through maybe the front elevation on what we're looking at right now?
Okay.
And walk us through the different colors that you just talked about or mentioned and where they go, or where you're proposing they go. And I guess I see where it says phase 2. I know in our packet we had a phase 1 too, so there's.
Correct.
Okay.
So I figured I'd start with phase 2 because that's the ultimate desire.
Okay.
And then the really only difference back to phase 1 is the brick is not painted in phase 1. It's everything else. The see-through archway areas, the trim, the ephes, the cornices, the metals, which will all be black, but I don't have a black sample. But the metals will be black. The awnings are currently black, so it kind of starts tying all that stuff together. If I can figure out how to enlarge this a little bit, maybe we'll try.
I do have a question. The color samples that you gave us are not the color samples that you have listed.
Different manufacturer, yes.
Well, then they'll be a different color. So,
Which one are you proposing?
I mean, is it
Those.
these we're doing, or what you presented in your
Those
package?
are the actual colors that the owner would like to
Because
use.
you have Sherwin-Williams
Right.
and
And
these are Benjamin Moore. Okay.
Right. The Sherwin-Williams colors listed should be very close to each one of those, but those are the ones we want to use.
Okay, well then, can we go through these then and,
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to have Chris do, try to give us which
Which colors are going where?
what?
He's just trying to enlarge what we're looking at on the monitor.
This program of how to enlarge it, it looks like I got a little magnifying glass, but
You said that you did not have the black, which is black, right? And then,
There we go.
because you actually have 1, 2, 3, 4.
black would be another color.
You have 6 colors listed on this finishes. And we have 4 samples.
He's got 2 special grays. It's no.
Yeah, they're duplicated.
No, but we have Black Swan, Mystical Shade, Special Gray, Destiny, Fashionable Gray, Nouveau White.
Black is the last one.
Well, is this black or is this dark gray?
No, that's just the dark gray. You don't have a black sample.
I don't have any black.
All right, so Iron Mountain, because Iron Mountain comes out as looking like a black. All right, so
All right, let's go through, just take one of the elevations, maybe the front elevation for this building.
Right.
And walk us through the,
So, right now, this tower element and this tower element are brick. And between them is ephes. And so we really have an ephes signage band, black awnings, ephes columns, above brick bases. So we were trying to look at the lightest color, gray for the brick.
so which one is that?
That is rodeo.
So,
I think you're right there.
so rodeo.
The lightest one, classic gray, is for the cornices and the trim.
Okay, so this is, I'm going to write P1 on this, and then this is P2
And then the
and
next field color
4.
I see it all.
is that rodeo.
So this is your medium gray and this is your dark gray?
Yes.
Oh, for a few, right.
So the medium gray we were looking at is, what was under the ephes trim archway, and some pilaster definitions, so that this pilaster has definition to it. It's not the same color, becoming monotone, but yet we still have the white cornice with the black coping and white trim on the columns, white cornice up here, white archway. That existing keystone is cast stone, so we won't paint that. The only other cast stone really on the building is, it's really more on the planters. It's the copings for all the built-in planters that are scattered throughout. And then that just mirrors to this other side. So, the 2 towers would be the same. The signage bands would be the same. The only difference is we were thinking about adding an extra tone in there. And my client doesn't particularly want that, so I guess I should say that we would probably prefer not to paint this middle one in case this becomes one tenant and they don't have a color to jump across for signage. So I think the comment from my client is that they would prefer to have this area be the signage band be one color instead of multiple colors. But they're okay with the columns having different colors so that part sticks out. And so then going around to the back, well, let's do a side first, I guess. And they're very similar. This is brick down low, so it is getting the light brick color. Then you have the standard ephes signage band, medium gray color, back to the light trim and dark coping. This is the dark gray base for the columns. And then the patio on the other side is similar, except it would be a black railing there. On the rear of the building, what we talked about was this dark gray as the arch infills to kind of make them recess and go away like they're in the shadows. The white trim, the medium gray band, and back to the typical white cornice. We originally, I think, had a lot of this brickwork for the back as being dark like the basin. It became so large that I felt it was too heavy, so we went back to a lighter color on this lower stuff. Let's see if I can figure out how to zoom back out. I can do that. So let's go. So similar to this building, which is La Paria's down at this end with their outdoor patio. Same exact basic concept. The brick tower elements are the lighter color. The signage band is the medium gray. Cornices are the light off-white. Gutters and downspouts, scuppers would be black. This is a little cooler enclosure over here that has a little slope metal shed roof that we'd paint black, and then paint the CMU, that's exposed CMU down there, that darker gray color. And then the sides are pretty much, again, the same thing. So the building, the concept is really to keep all buildings tied together with the same paint scheme, and there's not that much different architecture between them all. So it's really a grouping of those basic pieces. Likewise, on the rear of the building, it's the same tonal change. It's hard to see when you get to such a small scale, but the cornices would still be white. The signage band would be medium. The CMU block field would be the dark. And then you have black metal and railings and stairs as well. Soffits don't ever show up in elevations, but they would stay on the lightest white color, trim color, so that you don't feel too heavy. So I think when you look at these, they do have a little more texture and pattern than just the all-white building with black trim. And so we're trying to address that concern that all the buildings in town are starting to look alike, being all one color. But we feel that with these 4 different tones that we can still maintain some definition of space. I don't want to call it a main street, but you do want to give your tenants a little bit of identity. We're next to the brick, the white brick guy. We're however they want to describe it, but it doesn't feel to me as being monotone. It's still trying to create the same feel as what was originally there, just in a newer, fresher color pattern. I did try and do this, and I'm sorry about how colors come out on the screens and in prints, etc. The only printer I found that actually printed these even close was at my house. The 3 at the office print them all out completely different. Page down. So this guy here is trying to take a shot at a real photograph of a corner of the 2-story building that has almost all the pieces to it. And so in the middle is that, which we haven't gotten into too much discussion, but that first phase 1, which is to come in and just do everything but the brick. And then phase 2 is the ultimate goal, and it shows how it would look if all the brick got painted, but yet it still shows that there's some detail left in the different pieces. Columns can be different from the main archway fields, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Chris, you're talking about 2 phases at this point. Obviously, we've got existing condition. I guess you're proposing to do the first phase right now, like any day now, and then what's the schedule for phase two?
I will ask Amelia to answer that for you, because I believe that you're correct on phase one, they'd like to do it right away.
Okay,
I don't know the timeline for,
In fact, I think our intentions are to do the entire project right away. If pricing, comes to where we have to do half of it this year and half next year, we'll spread it out, in that manner to do the other half next year. But ultimately, we'd like to do it all at once.
So by other half, you mean phase one, phase two? Or one building and then do another building?
No. Like,
Phase, okay. And are there any plans to replace any of the landscaping that DOT is gonna take out?
I'm not familiar with the DOT project. I know that, I don't know anything other than pending, and I don't know what,
Well, if your trees are still there, they probably won't be for long.
right.
So I think we're gonna look for something. I mean, it's shown on some of the drawings, we've got some, some tree, things there, but, I had our, traffic department look at the DOT plan, and there's plenty of room for landscaping, so we wanna make sure that you're prepared to get that back in, as
Would that not be DOT's responsibility?
DOT's not putting landscaping back.
and I think what you're gonna find too is when DOT comes through there, your buildings are gonna get great visibility. And-
You may
and-
not have to
and
paint, 'cause all the
unintended
trees-
consequence, but you're gonna, talk about, you need visibility from Highway 9, you're gonna get it.
Yep.
Right. Like I said, I'm not familiar with, I have not been involved with the DOT process, so I don't know where or when they're gonna do anything. I do know that.
so we believe all these trees that are beyond the front parking are all gonna be gone.
Right.
Yes.
So we're left with 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6 islands.
Well, where's right away? They're going to the right.
Yeah, anything.
And then they have a
highway.
construction
There's
easement.
gonna be a wall, there's a wall that's being built, right there about where those trees are, so there'll be looks like some green below and some green above.
Is it a lower wall or a higher wall?
It's gonna be
The wall will
a
be-
lower wall,
Then the,
be visible from their side.
okay.
Visibility is one thing, but in this competitive market with all the new construction that's going on, we have to compete for tenants as well. When a tenant can go down the street to a nicer new building, we need to try to engage them to want to be at this property and not think of it as a tired property that, they're not going to be successful at. So that's another reason to improve the look.
What's your vacancy rate here?
Pretty good.
We have 2 vacancies on the first floor, I believe, and then upstairs we have a lot of vacancy, which has stayed vacant, throughout the years, unfortunately. And, it's tough to get people to want to go up top.
Yeah, second floor's gotta be
Have to be
harder.
more like offices or something.
That's why the dentist
The
office
dentist.
works,
Yeah.
So we want to do something to attract tenants.
I'm just looking at a lot of signs, and if there's a lot of empty space up there, we shouldn't have any signs up there. I'm looking at this picture right here, and that second floor looks like it's got signs at every tenant.
Well, that's probably because when that picture was taken, the tenants were there.
Okay.
If you go by there now, the sign's not.
Yeah, see, that tree right there is gone. Like you can see.
Yeah, this one,
All these trees are gone.
Wow.
yeah.
that whole rundown.
This whole row is gonna go away.
Yeah, and it's still there right now, because I was having trouble photographing the fronts of the buildings with
Yeah.
all the trees.
Well, yes, I meant they will be on.
Now's your chance.
So here's my problem with I for one think phase 1 looks nice. I'm not in favor of phase 2, mostly because, and you can see it in this picture right here. You've got your element in front of wherever that picture just went. Can we go back to that picture? You have red brick in your sidewalk there. In the fountain,
red brick.
It's paint.
Paint.
But
Are you going to
it's that
paint that?
color of the brick. yeah.
You've got red brick planters. You've got red all in your sidewalk. Is that being painted? Are you painting those planters there? Or you?
Yeah, the planters would be painted the same color as the adjacent brick.
Okay, what about all this red in the sidewalk?
And the sidewalk, that, we could easily paint that too. That's just, it's not a paver, it's just a aggregate paint.
Okay. Still not in favor of, I think phase one will look fine, but I
Yeah.
just am not in favor of painting. I think this is a good looking brick, and the light color, the painting of the brick is just out of control.
Yeah, I like your revised color palette. I mean, it's
Yeah.
more current. I like these colors compared to the colors that are there now. I'm kind of where Ms. Palmer is from the standpoint of it looks like it will be very visually interesting when you paint with these colors and have the red brick. To me, it's because there's more contrast there. Once you paint everything out, then to me, you actually lose that contrast. So the renderings in here of phase one, I think look great. In phase two, I just feel like, and I know you varied the colors, right? I mean, but it just feels like it starts to wash out it's an interesting looking building. I mean, I like the architectural detail on the building.
Well, thank you.
And I think you start to lose it as you start painting everything out. Right?
We've got a situation culturally where painting everything white is a runaway train that a lot of people are jumping on. The retail center to the south of you did that illegally.
Right.
But what you've accomplished,
Or without permission.
Without permission, yes.
Not illegal, but
what you have accomplished here is what other people have missed by just whitening everything. You've kept the expression of the detailing in place, and I indeed appreciate your need to upgrade what you have to keep tenants happy and bring new tenants in, and I think you've accomplished that.
In phase one or phase two?
In phase two, because if you pull off what I see here, you're not losing the expression of the brick, and certainly we don't want to have a lot of red spots that are outstanding, that don't belong there when we're changing colors. Maybe you would even, if you're willing to, you could even do inserts of pavers that are complementary colors to the grading of the building. But what I do appreciate is the way that you have looked at it instead of just throwing a white bucket on everything.
the only thing about that picture, though, is the gray, it's kind of misleading because it makes it look like the mortar colors are going to be the whiter color.
Looks like a
And
great
once you
brick.
paint the whole thing, it's not going to look like
We tried
that.
taking that gradation and turning it into a negative so that it would reverse itself.
And that's my point. It's not going to look like that when you paint it all gray.
Yeah, no, we're not going to come back and hand paint each mortar
Yeah.
joint white.
No.
Yeah.
You could hand paint each brick to keep.
But no, that's a Photoshop issue.
I think, if I see a building that's architecturally not that interesting, or maybe the brick is in really bad shape and it's just, then I'm kind of more in favor of, okay, paint it, you're not losing anything, there's not much architectural detail, or it's in such bad shape it'll actually look better painted. I think this is going to look better without the brick.
Yeah, there were a couple of us on this board that saw this 20
Yeah,
years
we actually saw it with.
Remember that.
Yeah, I think phase one to freshen the building up is appropriate, looks good. I can't see going to phase two because the brickwork, you're just whitewashing the brickwork, and you're concealing a lot of the architectural character that the brick is conveying as you can see it now. So I'm not a fan of taking it to phase two.
And I think that those colors actually look great with the brick. I think, that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's why I came over to get the sample. I wanted to see what it looked like with the brick. I think it looks fine.
Because it looks more orange here than it does there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the printer from one screen to your next
Well,
monitor.
that's understood.
It's hard to tell.
And I'm glad you have a sample, that was great.
Yeah, right.
Okay, any other comments for the applicant? I know, Holly, you've got to probably get out of here shortly.
That was all we're reviewing, right, is the paint on everything else?
Yes.
No.
Because the landscaping goes away from the DOT, and if they want to do or can do more landscaping, they'll come back.
Well, I'll tell you the other thing, that if you go to phase two, it really impacts the signage they've got there now too. You think about it, how the signs,
White sign.
all the building wall signs are gonna really change in appearance if it goes to the phase two and what that's gonna look like. So, and I don't, does this center have a sign application, Brett, a sign package?
No.
Probably doesn't.
They do, it's pretty
Okay.
old though.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210025 Windward Promenade, motion to approve the paint colors as presented for Phase 1. And the motion.
Second?
All right.
Got it.
Let's see, I have a motion by Mr. Swing. I heard Ms. Palmer, I think, first, so.
That's fine.
Second by Ms. Palmer on the motion. Further discussion, comment? So we're talking about just phase one at this point. That's what's being approved in this motion, okay? Any other questions or comments? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition, so motion passes 7-0. Chris, thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, next up is Lazy Dog. Are you here? Yes, come on down, please.
I'm just going to be quiet because I like it.
Have a good weekend, yes. Have a good night. Okay.
Enjoy.
Holly.
Yeah, you can use that, yep, absolutely.
Okay, very good. If you will make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourselves this afternoon, and give us an overview of the packet that we're looking at today, please.
I will do so, thank you. My name is Dwayne Mitchell. I'm with Lazy Dog Restaurants. I'm a director of design and construction with them. With me today, I have Davis Day with Parkway Construction and our landlord, Jim Carlson. Is it Greer? Geyer Morris, as our landlord and developer.
Very good. All right, welcome this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay.
For having us. Brett, did you have the presentation or anything on?
I mean, I have it, but you didn't bring it on a laptop or device?
I didn't, no, and I'm taking over for Jared. His wife is, I would have been here normally with Jared, but his wife has had surgery, and so no, I don't have anything like that, so I apologize.
Okay.
All right.
Where do we want to start?
If you can just start with the overall DD package that was sent, or the design package that was sent to you?
So these are, for the board's information, these are the buildings that are in the other two pads of the business center. This one is on the end, which would meet up to the corner park, with the other tenant being Lazy Dog. Again, here's that small plates building, so Lazy Dog would be right over here.
Brett, that landscape wall or the retaining wall that goes around the corner there, whose scope of work will that fall under?
Landlord, the one that's out at the corner?
The one that you just had in the last, keep scrolling down, not up. That wall, see it starts there?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be in the landlord work, cause that's that open area that's out there.
Okay.
That has the North Point, Court and Steel sign in it.
That's the one we approved.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the orientation, the patio, your patio will be kind of up against the other patio, just trying to get my orientation here, though, sort of.
Yeah, I think we have, this one, Pat. I don't think
Yeah.
it's quite that, much of a grade change. I think a lot of this grade is in there already, is laid in. I don't think it worked out being such a big grade change, but
Well, I think the top of it, they're trying to enclose the patio. So
try to enclose it, yeah.
2 feet probably above, finished grade of the patio above.
That's okay, there it is. That's the wall, okay, and that's their patio, and this is their patio, okay.
When you get to the first page of the DD, or second page of the DD package, you'll see it.
Thank you, Brett, appreciate it.
Okay.
I like this, the next page.
Yeah, this wall here, I believe
Yeah,
is
that's what I'm, so what's that, what do we approve? This, like a granite?
that, no, I think it was brick. Do you know what was approved for that wall? Was it brick?
What I'm understanding from the contractor, he has masonry brick.
I was thinking it was brick to match one of those bricks in the building.
I think I think we did approve brick.
Okay.
Okay, so the site plan has already been approved based from April of last year, if I recall. We had a cursory review from you guys in March, and that was an in-person meeting, and then we went to a virtual meeting in April, so that's where we approved the site plan.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was virtual where, an
I
expert,
think
we used Jared. He was
Jared.
on the- Yeah,
Okay.
on virtual.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All right, take us from here.
Okay, and we received comments from that meeting and so forth in the virtual meeting, and we've went back and revised and updated and tried to listen to everything that was mentioned and so forth to pick it up to where we are today. So we're here asking for, seeking approval for a brand-new build from ground up, Lazy Dog Restaurant, on the corner there. And to the gentleman, I think it's Frank, that you were mentioning that, yes, our patio would butt up to that other building, and you can see on the screen right now where there is a common area, walkways and so forth, so there is a good pedestrian access in between both buildings. It's not where it's too jammed up in there, where it's, awkward or so forth.
A little less.
Our building is, we have 39 restaurants that are built now throughout the country in many states. I think we're in 7 states now. But this is a concept that was conceived basically in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Heavy timbers, natural materials and so forth that we have. We had a perfect location here on the corner at North Point here, and took the opportunity to grab it with our real estate and so forth. But it's ground up, full service bar restaurant. You'll see floor plan there with a covered patio, fire pit out in the patio area in Adirondack type chairs. You can order food and drinks there. You can have appetizers or meals there at the fire pit. But it's a full sit-down service restaurant. You can scroll down, Brett, please. Appreciate it. Reflective ceiling plan. It's an interior and exterior. Patio is T&G wood, heavy timbers outside to frame in the patio cover, and we do heavy timbers inside that create open trellises and stuff over the bar and the dining room areas, the main dining room areas. We have a room that you'll see right off the tower there, behind it to the right, where we call that our Four Seasons room. That's a A-frame type lattice and heavy timber system with chandeliers and so forth in there. It's a beautiful little room with a fireplace at the end. Our roof plan, we did sections and so forth in the, or longitudinal sections that show where no equipment or anything is visible from the street. And that'll show here in a minute. The exterior elevations are a mixture of, you'll see on the color board where we have some of the woods, we have stucco, we have our stone on there as a ground, as a base for it, in some very warm neutral colors to the building. Created we have a fair amount of our fenestration, our trellises, we have some definition in the building with inconsistent planes on the building where it's just not a square rectangular box to it. On the back, we did address from the last meeting, from the last virtual meeting, we did address the north elevation, and I think it was the east, where we really enhanced that rear elevation. We've added about $400,000 into just the overall look with some sconces, some of the wood siding on it, and some rock material to be consistent with the building around. And I think we can still scroll down.
Do all of your restaurants have that tower element?
All but 3, I believe, sir. All but 3. That's catching up, it looks like.
Yeah.
And that's just a patio, kind of the profile of the patio with the building in the background, just to show you with the kickers and everything on there. That south elevation is actually what you would look like, what you would be looking at actually from inside the center, looking back at us on the other side of the tenant spaces from us.
Where now?
This isn't south elevation? Would
That's
that be
the patio side.
That's looking towards,
Oh, I'm sorry.
From the other
yeah,
building.
Yeah, from the
Okay,
street.
yeah, the
side.
patio side,
Yeah,
all right.
sorry about that, yes.
So if you're on North Point, you'll catch that.
Yeah.
And this is the north point. So
that's
this is
east
Hainesbridge
is
side.
North Point.
Yeah, okay.
South is looking from the building across the patio area.
I'm confused. What elevation is this?
That's got to be from,
Haynes Bridge.
no, you're looking east.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
from,
Haynes Bridge, yeah.
That's from Haynes Bridge, where it meets up with the corner at North Point.
This is where the, oh, this is all, okay, I got it. So it's deceiving because you don't have the patio
Shown.
cover on the building elevations.
Right.
I see. I see where it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So that elevation faces Haynesbridge.
Yeah,
Take-
this is
Two,
Take us to, Dwayne, if you'll, well, go back, Brett, if you go back to their east elevation. Tell us the material, you've got the materials board. Can you point out the materials on the elevation and show those to us on the board there,
Absolutely.
which is what there?
Let me turn to that sheet right here. That way I can mimic them for you. So starting from, I'll go from left to right.
I'm not sure.
I think so.
The siding from the left to right here, the siding material you
Yeah, I would
see
think
that's
it is.
horizontal will be the WD3.
Should be west.
Fenestration and so forth. The rock is at the base and the bottom of it, cultured stone there. You'll have the base building stucco. I'm gonna go to my color elevations to make sure that.
Brett, can you, as he's saying that, can you follow along with your pointer just to make sure so that's the siding, okay? Then he's talked about a stone base right there. Okay, I don't see,
And then all the stucco.
I guess that's all the stucco.
This kind of
Yeah, that's
east
all
elevation.
stucco up and around the.
Oh, there we go.
The windows.
Okay,
It's misleading.
Got a base color here, and you can tell the color and elevations are printed from the Xerox machine, they're not identical, that's why these are our actual colors, that we'll be using. So this this will be our stucco color, then we
Yeah, 'cause if you-
enhanced,
if you look, Kane's
out with,
bridges
with our
running north,
stone
south.
here.
Okay.
And then we'll use some of the blue, to accent and pop out some of the building color there.
So
Where-
Dwayne, stop right there real quick. I'm curious, there's two large rectangles of stucco that sit underneath that sign band. It's almost
Yes.
right where your
Yeah.
right thumb is.
The bays, they're like two darker bays
Yeah.
right there. No, farther over.
Keep going. Yeah.
There, yes.
So it's, the stone wraps around those two large rectangles of stucco. Why is there just two large rectangles of stucco right there?
To
It looks
enhance
like-
just that wall, I mean, I could take it and make it all stone, I just thought, personally, when I was designing this, that the relief on all the stone would help with just a beautiful accent color. We've used this before on some of our buildings, and just recently, and this is a really neat color, it just breaks up that stone.
I think
So
that's
if you're
right.
dimensioning one of those rectangular sections, what would it be, like 8 by 12, 10 by 14? What would be the elevation of one of those rectangles of stucco?
10 by 12, 10 by 18, closer to 10 by 18.
You know what's behind that wall, don't you? The restrooms.
And we have some landscaping. The landscaping that's shown on your color elevations are indicative of what matches the landscape plan also, in species and color and maturity.
Okay.
And then if I could continue on down with the service yard area in the PT14 color, and then our parapet cap around the perimeter. Parapet cap you can see is this deep burgundy color, excuse me. That takes us to
Okay.
that east elevation.
Okay.
Would you ever have any thought or interest in adding one of the bricks from some of the other buildings into this building somewhere that would help mesh the site together, maybe?
I think introducing brick material in this particular scheme would be a little bit odd with the stone. I don't think the stone and the brick really blend themselves together. If it meant that I had to add some brick somewhere to get this passed, then yeah, I would, but I don't know that the brick would.
Well, one of the comments from early on that I've tried to deal with Jared with is the board all along has been, tell us how this building relates and complements the other two buildings, and nobody's told us that. The materials are all completely different, colors are all completely different, design is different. So what makes this building complement the other two?
Well, I don't know that we're just going to match that building. We have a brand, we have a style, and so on and so forth. We have introduced a lot of the plants, materials that's been used in the development. So we've introduced a lot of those plants and worked that out actually quite extensively. But, the stone is set up horizontally. Does it match brick? I don't know. That could be a matter of opinion. But the stone is set up horizontally where it could have that brick kind of look and that texture to it. When I see the graffiti art on some of the other buildings, that's not who we are. I don't think that we could just paint brick and do kind of graffiti art when we're really trying to keep the brand of who we are from Jacksonville, Wyoming. I don't know that we're blending 100%. Are we an outcast where it's just a unique, different colors, very bizarre stuff? No, we're not doing that. But how we accent and heighten that corner, I think that's what's important as well.
Well, Brett, I'll tell you, I'm really struggling with the architecture. I know you've called it heavy timber. It's almost a prairie style, Pueblo, Spanish, I mean, it's got a little bit of a lot of that in there. I'm just struggling with that architectural theme with this building on that corner. Maybe somewhere else in Alpharetta, but not here. I think this is a very prominent corner. It's going to be there's lots of visibility, and we've already got 3 or 4, we've already got a couple buildings set up there. There's been a theme of architecture established, and how do we complement that? We don't copy it, but we complement that, and this doesn't complement that architecture that's there. That's my.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we've built that strip center just a couple doors up. In the last couple of years, we did the Chipotle building in the last couple of years. We did
Chick-fil-A's coming back.
Chick-fil-A's currently
Yep.
demoed and building. We've got Guy Morris's 2 buildings. All the staff comments too, they all kind of lead that way, is there's really, it's really such a specific style that we struggle with how it complements, and doesn't need to match, that's, we agree too, but how it complements the others. For example, one of the things that came up in the staff that I don't know that we really recognized last time, but these angled side lights, I mean, that's not Alpharetta anywhere. You just don't see that. And I know you've brought a building from somewhere, but this is Alpharetta. It's not Jackson Hole. So that's what I kept struggling with Jared is, Jared, tell me how it ties together.
Yeah, I mean, it's realize, I mean, I think we realize it's sort of your style that you used on most of your buildings. It's just a question of how much flexibility would you have to make some modifications so that it does tie in a little more to what's around it. And I'm just throwing things out there, right? So if the tower was squared up,
You mean like a rectangle?
yeah, rather than on such an angle, what if the base of the building, instead of being that stone, was a complementary brick to the stone? Because we see brick and stone mixed all the time, right? And maybe there's a lot of there's different bricks to choose from that are in that center. Maybe something would complement, and then those infills where you have stucco, maybe that could be the same brick. So I think, I'm wondering if, could it be, I mean, I view it as tweaks, you may view it as substantial, but some level of adjustment just to bring it in a little bit more to what's going on there without losing your identity. I mean, the tower is kind of part of your identity, but it's, maybe there's a meet in the middle here where you try to tie it in a little better without losing the brand.
I'd have to look at it and rework it and see where we go. I'd have to check, the owner, Jackson, Wyoming, Prairie or whatever, it is who he is. It's where the family, started this concept and so on and so forth. We have this look, these materials, and like I say, 39 restaurants in different areas across the country and so forth. Sure, we've modified certain things. These comments are pretty drastic for him, but it doesn't mean that he wouldn't, want to make sure that we try to get here on this location and this site. So I'd have to take it back, start some, some new design drawings and so forth, and run it by him and let him know of the meeting, and we'll go from there.
I mean, we've got, as you know, a pretty extensive set of design guidelines that were developed around this area, right around this North Point district, and this is like the prominent corner really in the North Point district, so which is why we're maybe more concerned even than we might normally be if it was even someplace else than sitting on the corner of Haynes Bridge and North Point Parkway.
There have been maybe four restaurants on this corner. Is that right? We want yours to remain and flourish.
No, we would.
Yeah,
we would.
I think that's mutual.
Yeah. Okay.
Other comments, questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I would say as you come up with ideas too, float them over, or maybe, you could meet with a couple of board members on the side, and so you don't come back again and then, right, there are ways you can work some of this offline to get some feedback.
Understood.
In advance.
Okay.
I guess we could, but then that may change footprint.
I did give comments to Steve Manley.
Yes, I got those.
You got those?
Yes, thank you.
So his plan,
Blended in, it's just.
pretty good.
Need to blend in, so.
You chose a good one there.
Yeah, we listened to the comments prior, and we have a very good landscape architect ourselves.
Good.
But teaming up with Steve is and was the right choice. He made some recommendations and implemented a few things, and so I think our landscape is, bar none. I mean, we spend a lot of money on it, and the landscape, the lights, the colors, the textures, everything about it is indicative of a complete building. It's just not a building. The building has to work with the landscape and lights and everything else, in my opinion, to be unique in its own right, and that's what we're trying to do. So
Right.
it's just not looking at one element and goes, I don't like that. It's the whole concept that really flourishes.
Yeah. Do we want to go through landscape plan, or
But they just spent a lot
since
of.
it sounds like they're going to be coming back with maybe some more tweaks to the building, let Steve be able to come back with it then?
There's a couple comments that Steve was going to do anyway, pick
Yeah.
up anyway, so.
You're not looking to really change the footprint of the building, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, it just depends on material and so forth. I would like not to, because I think we've worked very hard with, landlord and developer to
Right.
get this to fit, to work, to get the setbacks and so on and so forth. So I don't think that we would, but it's just about the materials and a combination of materials and so forth to.
So we are going to look at it, or maybe just comment and tell them what we like or don't like, or, I mean.
That's up to you guys. I mean, if you want to look through the landscape plan, or if you just want, so I'm not sure if all the board members know, I sent the plan over to Richard and Pat, and gave Steve some feedback. And he was going to try to change it for today, but then wasn't going to be able to make it today, so.
Can you just summarize those comments real quick, Brad, or you want me to?
I can, so comments were to watch specific materials with the sun and the shading. This side of the building over here is the east side, and it's also got a ton of overstory oaks on this side. So, watch those plants underneath there. There was some blue junipers or something like that under there that require more sun. Yeah. It just basically that comment kind of all the way around, just to kind of look through that a little bit. Yes. Interesting plant material. That was a comment. We like that. We like, to not be everything be, needlepoint hollies and dwarf yaupons and, everything we see all over.
I just wasn't sure the survivability because of the sun exposure. If
Or lack of.
Weren't there, you got the sun coming up in the morning in the east. Those oaks weren't there, it'd be a little bit different story. But I would think that size and see, filter sun at best, and once it passes high noon, then you're in the shadow of the building.
Yeah.
North side especially. I like the selection, but it's just, I don't know if we'll pull it off. Better job than last time with more evergreen material than perennial.
Correct.
The perennial plantings that they had in there, what does it look like in the wintertime?
Yes, I guess just like in any city that has the severe winters, some plants go dormant, evergreens won't, so a lot of them will go dormant and they'll grow back, but we're very aware and we're very cautious of that too. And anything that doesn't survive we'll replace with something else that we can get approval on. But, you've got the local landscape architect with Steve, throwing out some great points, and then the architect that we had originally, both agreed to some, but we heard that, and Steve's looking at it, and Steve already replied and said, hey, we could put this in, and it's almost identical, but it's a little bit more hardy, that kind of thing. So We knew that he was going to make some changes. He had he was going to be here today, but he had a prior commitment with his company was doing an outing, and it was kind of hard to
Just say
that.
no.
So after so many months, so.
But the textures, the colors, all that stuff was cool. It really was.
Yeah.
It's just the longevity and the exposures that they got was special.
Heard and understood, and Steve knows it, and we'll get that revision in.
Anybody else?
Did we look at anything? We just approved the site plan. We didn't approve signage or landscaping or lighting.
No, just a site plan.
So do we have, if it sounds like we're gonna defer the building, do we have some specifics? I mean, I wrote down a couple things, blending the materials with surrounding sites, the tower feature, shape, I guess.
And even the colors, the color palette too is a very southwestern palette. So how do you maybe brighten it up a little bit? Lighten it up is maybe the right word for it.
Light or dark. I mean, there's there's a lot of dark bricks and.
No, yes.
Yeah. So one way or the other, yeah.
It's American cuisine. Yeah.
Somebody want to offer a motion, and we'll go from there.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210028 Lazy Dog, motion to defer elevation materials and landscaping for the applicant to consider the suggestions today. And a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Brown. Any further comments or questions about the motion on the floor? Okay, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2. All right, motion passes 4-2. All right, thank you for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
There's your right. Thank you.
Yes.
Intentionally didn't because it wasn't a specific condition.
Okay, our next applicant this afternoon is South State Bank. Good afternoon, welcome. All right, we're running a little bit ahead of time, but glad you're here.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for fitting us in last minute.
All right, so if you make sure you speak into the microphone, looks like you're setting up, but introduce yourself and then walk us through the package, if you will, this morning or this afternoon. Oh, good.
So it should be.
Okay. My name is Steve Wagner. I'm with Sign Art. I'm here on behalf of South State. We are their sign vendor. We are changing, Center State Bank they've merged with South State Bank, and they're in the process of changing the name of all Center States across a few states. For the most part in this location, which I believe just opened, so you guys are probably familiar with this one, we're trying to go like for the most part across the signs. Their logos are actually similar. South State changed their font to match Center State's font. So really the only difference is the gold color and the logo S. This is the monument sign we'd be replacing, same size, non-illuminated or externally illuminated, dimensional letters. On the front of the building, reverse lit channel letters. The ones installed were actually above code, larger than actually allowed, so we're bringing that down within the allowable square footage. And then a similar set on the side of the building.
Now, those are going to be centered over the space, right? Kind of look like they're kind of off.
They're right now set to be put exactly where the existing set is. So as you see Center State there is
Yeah,
our
fill up
plan
the
to put it.
holes.
If that is an issue, that's not a problem for us to slide it. I think it's centered over the awning canopy.
The Center State
no,
looks like it
it's
is,
not.
but the South State does not. Maybe it's just the way they put it on there.
No, Center State's actually not, as I
Really?
look at it.
You can see there's.
Yeah.
A little less, but yeah, okay.
111 shows it's centered.
Center has one more letter.
Yeah, there's two tiebacks on the left.
Yeah,
So
but
it's throwing it off.
Actually, where it hits on that canopy, it is actually not centered if you look at the supports. So if you would like it centered, that's not an issue.
It's not centered up or down. It's not, it seems arbitrary.
Well, that's on the top of the bed. That's probably as high as they can go in the building just for visibility.
Yeah.
As you come over the hill, it's.
Right. Just, yeah, that's fine. It
caught.
does sort of look arbitrarily placed. But it's, I guess if you put it back in the same place, can you use the same mounting holes? So you don't
No,
have to-
it'll be different.
It will be different. Either way, you got to
We'll
deal.
take them down, fill them.
Either way, you got to deal with repairing
Yep.
the holes.
So the good thing is you do have the monument as you come over the hill. That's probably what you see first.
Actually, I saw it coming from where I came from today. I saw the front sign first.
Yeah.
Just as that kind of crested the hill. Directionals, again, just basically like for like. And there's two of those. Replacing the ATM wall surround. And towers, and replacing the clearance bar that's out there with the South State standard.
Did you by any chance bring color samples for the
I
sign?
did not. As he was presenting, I did not, so I apologize for that. It's Pantone 288 and 136.
Pantone.
Essentially, their base logo, right?
Did they ship a color sample?
We're gonna dig into our archive here.
They did not, but I may have
Okay.
in the Pantones, what is it?
136 is the gold.
136C?
Yes, I believe.
I found it.
And what's the
288.
288?
What's that in the right-hand upper corner? That's a real like teal? What's that? Oh, that was Center State.
Center
That's what
State's-
it's, got it.
Yes,
got it.
their alternate color was teal.
Duh.
Try to keep up.
It's hard, man. It's hard to be me.
288, but there's the 136.
288's about a shade darker than Center State's current blue.
See it, I go from 27 to 29. Kind of weird, it's like there must be a page ripped out or something. This has been around a while. Because it goes 282 to 290, so there's a sheet missing in here.
Close. 288.
So it'd be 288, so it'd be in lighter under these colors. So
I believe Center State's 282, if you wanted a reference point. And the way Pantone works, that's about exactly a shade darker.
So yours is a shade darker.
Yes,
Okay.
than Center State.
So that's really dark.
That's pretty dark.
What's that?
Center State's 282 is pretty dark.
Let me confirm.
That's real dark there.
Maybe I'm wrong on that. I didn't work with Center State.
Yeah.
so Don't quote me on that, please.
Oh, too late. I wrote it down.
No, you wrote it
Yeah.
down.
Here. Been recorded.
Now, you're gonna have to make it better.
Color samples to staff.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? So we've got two wall signs, two building signs, and then the insert for the monument sign, correct?
Right.
So I like the colors on the wall sign. And then when you go to the monument sign, it's just personal preference. I'm not a big fan of the blue background and the gold.
What if you just,
Surround.
what if you just eliminated the gold surround?
How about white surround?
Well, then, you know, because then I look at the
Or make it white
building
surround.
sign, and I like the building sign with the blue outline of the lettering and the gold S.
The monument sign here mimics the design we have on there when we build an actual monument or pylon.
Say again, I'm sorry.
The design on the monument mock is the same as the design we use for their pylons and monuments when we build them as their own structure. In this case, it's a strip center, but the gold outline, blue and blue background and letters is that's their standard for a monument sign.
And what were you saying, Roger?
Okay?
What were you saying?
Well, I said the other thing is if the gold's bothering you, get rid of the gold surround.
Why not just do the full blue with the yellow, full yellow logo?
I could do that too.
The yellow's the logo? Not the lettering.
The logo, just
Yeah,
do
leave
the
that.
box and just do the whole thing blue, and that's your pop of yellow.
And then your South State is white.
Right.
Yeah,
Would that be a problem?
that's what I'm thinking.
I don't think that's a deal breaker. They like gold, but
Well, we all like gold, but I don't have enough of it.
We like gold, not yellow gold.
Yeah.
yes,
Oh, you like the white gold.
No, gold, not yellow gold.
Yeah.
Something, this is gold and yellow. This is-
gold and yellow,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 210030 South State Bank, make the motion that we approve the building signage as presented today, and we approve the monument sign with the one condition of eliminating the gold surround to the sign. End of motion.
Do we need, oh,
I'll second.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Corkle. Now we can have discussion.
what about the ATM surround?
I think the ATM, it's on the side. You really don't see it unless you come around to it. So that never bothered me over there. I've never seen anything. But if you want it,
Well, the Starbucks building too will block it.
The thing about the ATM example gives you a good sense of how it's going to look without the gold surround. It stands out nicely.
Yeah, at the top there of the ATM.
on the top, yeah, I see. Yep.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I will say this is a much lesser item, but I appreciate the fact that they have enhanced the clearance bar for the drive-through. That's not as obvious an element.
I had a hard time walking underneath
It's
it.
worth looking at, because the other one was,
Is that when you drive your armored truck through there to make a deposit?
It's much less expensive to replace the clearance bar than it is to replace the canopy over top of the ATM.
Yeah.
So just be
We
clear,
like
this,
we like people to know that they've hit it. They hit it.
Yikes.
so this approval includes the ATM and the wayfinding signs, basically everything
Yes.
as presented.
Okay, any other questions or comments? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Very good. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You,
All right.
is it done yet?
There being no further business,
Fine yet?
and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Oh,
Oh, wait, I had some.
what? Too late. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
I hope you have a good weekend and feel better or get better or.
No, really, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell out of here. I need alcohol.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Rick.
Are you volunteering in the Peachtree?
Yeah.
You're, as the,
We. Yeah. Yeah, we made up. Way to go, Richard. You brought us from a deficit to a gainer.
All that time.
Good thing he didn't have,
Typically,
it's a good thing he didn't have more applications. We never made it.
Here, nameplate is
Just one some dickhead.
Change it to that.